As it is time to begin. I'd like to start with a few things. Catherine didn't catch that we were going to do this completely Zoom. So she's running home now. She's needs another couple minutes to get there. I'm sure we could start and keep track of the minutes for the first couple minutes for her. Let's talk about today. Before we get into some of the announcements, the plan is to, and going back to our other day, is to share that screen, work our way down it. Obviously, Mr. Drake, our clerk, will be calling the department and the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. When we get to an item that is highlighted, it would be my intention to have it called and then go through the 1, 2, or 3 items that may pertain to the highlighted area. As we're going down, if there's something a member forgot, would like to add as an additional motion, feel free just to jump in. We're trying to collate this and do this electronically. Feel free to do that. We will move down this form accordingly. When we get to the capital, which I will get to in a second, we'll switch from this large form. I'll highlight the capital projects form and we'll follow the same order. Everybody should have the revised forms. And I will say to everybody, there are quite a few revisions. There's some things removed, some things modified, some edits. So we'll have to just be careful with that. After we do that, we'll do means of financing, our sewer, our grant list, sewer improvement fund, our revolving fund for Nathaniel Witherell, our parking fund state, revolving fund for the golf course, OPEB, and our triple R funds. And then we'll move to Roland's, what he calls the mill rate calculation form, where the discussions, and I think there's motions on that area as well. So if one little challenge I must say that happens for me, and I'm going to try to see if I can test this right now, is when I go to participants, where would I find participants here?
Mr. Mason, can I just interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Can you elevate Beth to a panelist?
I will do that. I promise. I am so sorry. I thought we were all here when I started. I am so sorry. I'm just trying to find how I do. I have to see the participant screen so I know who is raising their hand to speak. So I may have to go back and forth between share screen to do that. We'll be using obviously our normal, just raise hands, and I'll call them in the order they have. As
One other comment. I'm sorry. Have you started the recording?
No. Now you have.
It says record. Okay.
Just now it went on.
Oh, okay. I would try to leave us with this. Today's goals, if possible, is to finish the budget and not have to return on Tuesday. We have some votes in front of us. We have a vote on amendments that are made. Several votes will be taking on amendments. We have a vote on an amended budget, resolutions, and a separate vote, which is pages 12 and 13 in your budget books, for the borrowing authorization. Although the borrowing authorization number may change as we go today, and it may change when the RTM makes their deliberations. But so we have 3 votes we have to cast. So they're separate votes. I also plan on calling on Mr. Drake for recorded votes. It's not that much slower than looking at the screen to make sure that there's somebody not abstaining or voting yes or no that we can't see. So I would like to try that. Again, I think I want to thank everybody for the workshop. I think we had a lot of dialogue, and I think that's what that workshop was for. I encourage everybody to remember to try to focus today on decision day. Obviously, there may be questions on motions, but I think today is trying to get to the vote and move to the next item. I think we can.
One question, Mr. Mason.
Please.
In the sequence of things, we have one motion regarding revenues. It's the handling of the cell tower revenues at the Griff. I don't know where you want to take that, but somewhere in their sequence that should be taken too, if you would.
If you remember in shared screen, after we get down there, we will go through the special funds. And that's where it would come into.
Okay.
We also have other, it'll either come up there or we also have other resolution items before us today too, as well. So Roland, if I could ask you, Roland, to prepare a screen save for just the budget resolutions when we get there, if you could for me. We won't need that for quite a while. So are there any other questions? Look, this is going to take a lot of work. Mr. Douche, you have your hand up?
Yes, a pledge of allegiance. Are we going to be doing that?
Oh, yes. Yes. Ms. Veselos, do we have a flag? We were much better live the other day doing the Pledge of
Yeah,
Allegiance.
finally had unison.
Yes. Okay. Here we go. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
America,
to the republic,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty
and justice for all.
for all.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm still trying to figure out how I'm sharing screen and going to see the names. We'll figure that out in just a second. Okay. Mr. Drake, if you would begin.
I'm speaking from the voting document that's on your screen. Department 101, Representative Town Meeting, 22.
So, point of order.
Mr. Raymer, go ahead.
Yeah, normally I think the sequence would be that through the clerk, the budget as recommended by the budget committee is put before us and moved and seconded. And then all the rest of it is handled, I believe, as in the nature of amendments to that budget before us.
Sounds fine.
All right, and as clerk, I will move the entire budget as recommended by the budget committee, just in the way Mr. Raymond just said.
And I second that motion.
Okay. Mr. Drake, any discussion? I see no discussion. Can I get a motion? Can I get a roll call vote on that item, please?
Well, no, so now what happens as part of the discussion, you go through the line items and each of them are handled as successive proposed amendments to the motion before us.
Okay, but
And then you vote on the budget at the end,
Okay, I was
after all the
just-
amendments are done.
I was moving to get the group to adopt the budget recommended by the budget committee for amendment. Same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so now I'll proceed. Thank you, Mr. Raymond.
Mike, hold on a second. For some reason, my video, I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. I don't know why you can't see me, but I can see you. So if you would just hold on 1 second so I can leave and come back in. Sorry about that.
No problem.
And Mike, while she's doing that, could you mute some of our attendees? For some reason, on some of our panelists, their names still show up as panelists. I think it's because their talking permitted hasn't been changed.
I don't see any of those.
Rich
They're in
Newman and
attendees.
Ken Borstock, I believe.
The top one, the attendees. If you want to make me a co-host, I can help with that.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
I see you, Karen.
Is that better, Ms. Moretti?
So for those that were seeing them on their screen, yes, that is better. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
so
then I'll kick off and you speak up, others if needed. Department 101, Representative Town Meeting, $23,145. Department 102, Ethics, $17,000. Department 103, Historical District Commission, $10,000. Department 104, Emergency Operations, $130,400. Department 105, Office of the Selectmen, $1,118,123.
okay, I think we have a couple few motions here. I'll call the first one, Ms. Moriarty. And I'm following Roland's book in that order.
Okay, as you said, there are a couple of competing motions here, and I think probably as we debate one, we may want to consider the other. But the first motion that I'm making, that will be seconded by David, that we condition the release of the funds in the temporary salary account of $60,000 that will be released upon review and approval by the BET of a document setting forth the mission of the new Economic Development Office, its objectives, purpose, and measurable criteria for success. The reason for this amendment is this is a position that's been talked about for several years, and given the impact of the economic fallout from the COVID pandemic, its need is probably even more important to the town. However, the job description, there were questions on the job description, a lack of clarity of the specific intent and the relative seniority of the person intended to be hired. We would like to keep the funds in the budget, but condition it so we can have further discussion and resolve those open questions.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment is basically to eliminate the position. Would it not make sense to take it in that order? So if that is defeated, then we can take up the condition. I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm trying to stick with the way Roland put the book together. That was one of my recommendations yesterday. That would be, but it would be safe to say, I think the vote on this item might be reflective of the vote on the next item.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your point of order.
As we progress here, was it our idea to share screen for these forms?
I have been doing that, Mr. Drake, but I need to stop sharing screen. I'll say it again. I need to stop sharing screen so I can see blue hands. I can't not do both.
And maybe
I cannot.
Can we help you by us doing hands for you? Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'll try one more time. I think this is my fourth try. I'm good for 6 though. Share screen. You cannot see the panelist screen to see
Okay.
whose hands are up. I'm getting my dictionary out for my next language to say it in. I'll try it again. All right. So we have a motion. I have no further discussion on this.
David hasn't had a chance to offer his second.
I don't see his hand.
I second the motion.
The motions, by the way, motions that have 2 names will automatically be made and seconded. That's why we have the forms.
Okay,
Is that okay, Mr. Raymer?
that's okay with me.
So let's try one more little conversation. There's a little more.
Are we up to 5 now?
The eyes. Meets the eyes. Okay, further discussion on this item. Seeing none, Mr. Drake, would you?
Ms. Cruiser.
I raised my hand.
Oh,
Okay, Ms. Hess.
So I don't disagree with the point about the condition, and which is why I'm going to support the next item, which is to reduce the item. I think it's important. I think that the nature of the role should be different than maybe as it's been characterized, and might suggest it gets filled maybe initially with consulting dollars, and then ultimately we get somebody in. But I think it would be better than actually putting a condition on it at this time. So I will not support the condition because I'm going to support the next item, which is to reduce it.
Okay, Mr. Drake, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Tarkington,
Come back to me, please.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
No,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes,
Mr. Deuce,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes,
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That's so far
no.
6 yeses, and Ms. Tarkington.
No,
So that's 6-6. The motion does not succeed.
Okay, moving on to the next item under Office of the First Selectman, which is page 4 in Roland's pamphlet. Mr. Deuce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mason. This is a motion to delete. The reason being, the additional vetting of this economic advisor position needs to be considered, including both the level and the compensation. In addition, consideration should be given whether the position should be better suited for a higher level, or an industry experienced volunteer. Alternatively, as mentioned earlier, if needed, the responsibilities could be completed by a consultant.
That motion is
does-
seconded by Ms. Vassilotus.
Yes,
Discussion.
thank you. Seconded.
Thank you.
Seeing no further hands up on this, Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes,
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes,
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes,
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That is 9-3. The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on, still in the office of the first selectman. Page 5, Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, I'd like to move that $75,000 be removed from the Office of the First Selectman, account 1551490. The reason is that the $75,000 was proposed in the recommended budget to evaluate options relating to the Greenwich Plaza lease. This request is premature. I mean, if the money was needed, I certainly would support it at that point in time.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Weisbrod. Am I correct?
yes, I second that motion.
Thank you very much, sir. For discussion. Seeing no hands, Mr. Drake.
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
yes,
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
yes,
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes,
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That item passes 11-1.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Still in the office of the first selectman. On page 6, Ms. Moriarty.
okay, hold on, I have to pay attention to the meeting. This is a motion. Sorry, the next one in the packet is mine. Okay, is the notion, there are two motions in here. I will withdraw my motion and let the second motion, which is a more complete description, move ahead if Andy would like to make his motion.
thank you.
I will then move, if you all agree, I'm going to move to Mr. Deuce, which is page 7.
Okay, this is a motion to condition the expenditure of $25,000. And I guess I need a second.
That would be,
I'll second it.
Okay. This is a condition, the expenditure of up to $25,000, subject to release by the BET upon receipt and acceptance by the BET of a written request by the Office of the First Selectman that the $25,000 would be needed and is restricted to for additional consulting needs for the Nathaniel Witherall Evaluation Committee.
thank you. Discussion on the item? I'm not seeing any hands up. Mr. Drake, would you call the
Yes.
vote?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
yes,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes,
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes,
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That was unanimous.
Okay, that brings us back. I believe we are done, Mr. Drake, in 105, if you would continue.
106, the purchasing department. $476,541. 107, Administrative Services Center, $397,273. 109, Human Resources, $3,168,000. $111 probate court, $43,600. 120 registrar of voters, $503,484. 130 finance administration, $2,342,878.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. That's a highlighted area. So if I'm understanding correctly, the form here would be.
This motion was withdrawn, was
Yeah.
not going to be
I'm
voted.
sorry, I'm going by the color coding. I'm very sorry. Does anyone else have anything in 130?
No.
Then I'm going to ask Mr. Drake to continue.
134 information technology, $5,011,754. 135 assessor, $1,148,321. 136 Board of Assessment Appeals, $43,600. Tax 139 tax collector, $465,819. 140 law department, $2,919,242.
I do have that as a highlighted area. And that is page 8. And Mr. Raymer?
Yes, my motion, as set forth in the booklet, is for us to retain open in the table of organization the position for Assistant Town Attorney 3. Earlier on, there had been a memorandum, if I read it correctly, from Mr. Geiger, that the median salary at that position is at $144,000. My motion would be that there be reserved also $144,000 of salary allocable to that position. If I have a second, I will speak to the motion.
I second the motion.
So,
Then if I may, Mr. Chairman,
please do, Mr. Raymer.
the town attorney met with us just about exactly a year ago. He was quite new in his position at that point, and had explained to us that he was planning not to fill that open position right away, and would spend the then upcoming year exploring whether or not the functions of that position could be more effectively handled by outside counsel, most particularly by his law firm. The intervening year, of course, has been very much encumbered by COVID. There's also been some elements of personal dislocation for the town attorney himself. So it's not particularly a surprise to me that they haven't come back to us at this point with a decision that they'd be recommending to us and for us to discuss with them as to the recommendability of eliminating the position or filling the position. Until such time as that conversation can be can be had, I guess that's the English, can be had with the town attorney. I'd like to keep that position open in the table of organization and reserve a salary. I don't mean to prejudice in any way a decision by the town attorney and a recommendation to us about whether or not it should be filled. I merely want to keep the options open, and that's the reason for my motion.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion before us? Not seeing any hands being raised. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crummett,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That item fails 6-6.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else in Law Department tab? Okay, Mr. Drake?
Department 150, Town Clerk's Office, $678,711. Department 161, Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, $582,682. Department 170, Condemnation Commission, $2,000. 171, Planning and Zoning Commission, $1,103,753. Department 172, Conservation Commission, $335,705. 173, Inland Wetlands and Watercourses, $470,235. 174, Land Use Administration, $332,500. 195, Commission on Aging, $235,322. Department 196, Senior Center, $751,971. I'm now going to pass to the Fire Department. Fire Department 201, Administration, $2,013,838.
Okay, we have a highlighted area there, page 9 in our booklet going along. Ms. Vassilotis.
Yes, we're proposing, or I'm forwarding an amendment to eliminate the assistant chief position, administration, regular salaries in the amount of $150,000, to restore the volunteer regular salaries at $99,706, and then also to delete the volunteers' temporary salaries at $20,000. And I guess, Leslie, you'll second that?
That's seconded
I
by.
second that.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so this would restore the current administrative structure of the fire department. It's not to say that any restructuring won't be done in the future. It's just to allow the department to consider, first of all, the new firefighting contract that has been approved by the RTM, and any internal fire department operations study that is being done, that is reviewed and accepted by the BET. It does remove the new position temporarily. It doesn't mean that it might not be brought back in the future, and restores the volunteer coordinator and removes the temporary salary funding, which is no longer needed with the restoration of the volunteer coordinator position.
Thank you. I'm going to go by the hands. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yes, I want to point out to my colleagues that there is a competing motion here to address this issue in a different way. So I would urge you to vote this down and support the other motion. The other motion is to maintain the proposed budget as given to us by the first selectman to have an additional assistant fire chief, and to change the volunteer coordinator role. Eventually it will be eliminated, but to maintain it for 6 months for an overlap period as the organizational responsibilities get reallocated and they assess their needs. The rationale for maintaining and supporting the assistant fire chief, we know there are challenges in the fire department, and they need the ability to focus on the policy level decisions while they're still operating a department. I think at the end of the day, this position is more than justified, but it's especially needed to get started on now and not to wait a full year for being able to right-size this department. There are significant responsibilities. They are embarking on a strategic plan. They do have to develop an implementation plan for the matrix study and for looking at fire response times. And I think to handicap the new chief when he's just getting started into his role is really a mistake. So I urge you to not support this motion, but instead to support the staffing as presented to us with an expansion of the volunteer coordinator temporary position.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Your hand is up.
So we have a new chief and we have a new assistant chief being brought up through the ranks. The new chief comes in from the outside, or more or less the outside. My view on it would have been, when you start with a new administration like that, one would try and give them the tools that they think they need so that you set them up for success, not to thwart them at the outset by telling them at the very beginning that we're not going to allow them to handle the department in a way that was their recommendation. When you compare the handling of this department, the senior cadre at this department, there's a lot less senior level management than we have, for example, at the police department. That could be a suggestion to you that maybe we're a little thin at senior management at the fire department. Courtesy of Ben Branyan, some excellent benchmarking was done of this department compared to some of our comparable communities around Fairfield County. And the suggestion from that is that, pardon the pun, we're sort of right on the money with our staffing. We fall very much in line with them. So it's not as if we're overstaffed. For all of these reasons, my strong inclination would have been, will be in my vote to support the new assistant chief. For what it's worth, I would have also supported retaining a full-time volunteer coordinator as well. But what's really before us right now is a question of whether or not to support the new assistant chief position, and my vote will be yes.
Thank you. Mr. Drake, your hand is up.
Yes, I think that here we have a situation where we have a great deal of recommendations from the matrix study that need to be executed upon. And we have a brand new chief and a brand new assistant chief. And the very first resource he asks is to have a third person at the triangle, the three people at the top of the organization. The most important part of any organization is the people. And I will not be voting to deprive the chief of the very first resource he asked for to execute a new man in a new position with sizable tasks in front of him. I think Ms. Moriarty said the right thing. I will not be supporting the elimination of this position.
Ms. Faslotis, your hand is up.
Yep, I just wanted to point out to my colleagues that if you read the matrix study, they did not mention the need for a deputy chief. And that this is solely requested by the chief. And certainly we should give the department time to digest the recommendations of the matrix study, which again did not include an additional deputy chief. So I will be voting for my resolution as we go forward. I would just also wanted to mention that while I appreciate my colleagues wishing to maintain the volunteer position for a temporary basis, I'm not sure that we would not be setting a new precedent for positions as they are eliminated from the TOO, because I think that this is tantamount really to a severance package, if you will. You're giving this person 6 months to continue on with the realization that we would then be eliminating the position. And I'm not sure that we would not be setting a separation policy, a new separation policy type of agreement with the approval of a 6-month temporary stay.
Thank you. I see no more hands up. I would just like to offer a little comment. The volunteers on this board don't make bad decisions, and they don't come here to handicap anyone. They come here to do what they think is best for our community. Some decisions may be better than others. Some decisions may empower a department more than others. But I encourage everyone, I understand there's a reason for the verbs and the words we choose, but I just think that I don't accuse anybody on this board of making bad decisions, some better than others. And I would think we should try to think about that as we move through the dialogue today. I see no other hands up. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
Sure. If it was I that used that word, I agree completely with you, Mr. Mason, and I apologize. So let's vote. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes, but okay, I would just add, while I don't mind being a trendsetter and always being the second one, maybe at some point you want to mix it up and go from the other end.
Okay.
Maybe let Miriam and I a little bit off the hook. Thank you.
Okay, you're laid out as if you were at the table in the room. Ms. Hess,
I said yes, yes.
sorry, thank you. Ms. Crummey,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasleotis,
Yes,
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That item fails 5-7.
Okay, moving on to the next item in fire is the next page, page 10. If I could call Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to increase actually the account code on this page is incorrect. It's 210-51300, which is the temporary labor line for the fire department. It's currently at 20. I don't know if it's currently at 20,000, but to increase it by 20,000, which would allow for up to 6 months of the volunteer coordinator position to perform the function of that job throughout that period of time and support the changing senior level management responsibilities.
And I
Okay.
second that motion.
Seconded by Ms. Erickson. Discussion on the item? No discussion. Before I call Mr. Drake, I will reiterate something that we didn't talk about in our workshop day that Ms. Vassilotis just brought up, which I think is new. But I will also reiterate that there are better business practices than to take a position that's been in effect for over a decade and to say, we're eliminating your position in a certain amount of time. And by the way, here's an additional 3 months. I don't think that's going to drive the best in productivity in that position. So I don't know what the intent is with the BET as far as a study that comes back and says that position's vital or not. You switch this same dialogue over to the assistant chief. So you could apply that same dialogue here. So I will not be supporting this. But Mr. Drake, your hand is up.
Yes, I think our situation in town is that the volunteer firemen have 100% support from everybody, every voter, every manager, everyone in the fire department. It's not a question of not supporting them. They have a great deal of support. And our new chief is a former Greenwich volunteer firefighter. So his support is real. This small item, which I'm going to be voting for, I don't view as setting a policy in any manner at all. It's just a question of the transition in the calendar. And personnel moves take time. This is just allowing for the time that it might take to reorganize these positions. It's a simple, small matter. It's no more than that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
So Mr. Drake has it very right when he says that we value deeply the contribution of the volunteers. My only reluctance of reducing this down to a temporary position is I wouldn't want it to be misinterpreted as any reflection that we wanted to give any less support to the volunteers. My own preference would have been actually to retain this as a full-time position and allow the new chief time to consider whether or not he wanted to handle some of these functions differently or with some of the same people positioned differently or whatever it is. But since the full-time position is really not on the table and I'm not making that motion at this point, I'm going to support this item to extend the temporary nature of this to 6 months of overlap rather than just 3 months of overlap. And that gives us, if anything, another opportunity to see if the chief wants to come back to us and make a pitch for this to be made a full-time position again. I want to mention that in our discussions during the budget committee meetings, the first selectman reflected to us informally, but reflected to us in the dialogue that on reflection, he's not sure whether or not the elimination of this full-time position wasn't in fact a mistake and that he might support the idea of having it be full-time. But all of that is for a future decision. Right now, what's before us is this temporary position and they're being extended for a couple more months, 3 more months, and I'm going to support that.
Mr. Douche, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mason. If I may, can I direct a question to my colleague, Ms. Karen Pasiotis?
You can direct a question through the chair, and I'm sure she's
Yes.
listening.
Okay. Given this new information, Karen, regarding a potential risk by providing this temporary salary for a period of time, I might make a motion to amend this motion to, in lieu of making it a 3 or 6 month temporary position, to make it a full-time position for another year. But before I make that motion, I'd like to get your thoughts.
I'm not supporting that. Look, this is in no way a reflection on the volunteers. I've been a proponent for more utilization of the volunteers since I joined the RTM way back when. I think that this is just a bad practice all around. I think that, we're going to be eliminating this position, whether it's now or in a year. It's basically giving this person a year's notice. And I do think that this is setting a new separation policy that we can ill afford. What is to prevent somebody else whose job is being eliminated from the TOO to come back and say, well, you gave this person, 3 months, 6 months, or a year. I should be getting the same consideration. I just think it's bad policy and bad precedent.
Okay, so in view of that, Mr. Mason, I will not make a proposal to amend this motion.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the comment about this action setting a precedent. The BET takes a lot of actions each year, and it addresses the individual situations in front of us. What we're saying is not your job is eliminated on June 30th, but we're still paying you for 6 months on a part-time basis. What we're saying is we want the job to be completed based on the hours available all the way through that period. So I don't think this sets a precedent. I think to talk about it as a severance package is very misleading and certainly not the intent of this action. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, I would just add, I do not view this as a policy. I view this merely as a tool to effect a transition. I'm really not comfortable with talking about, individual positions and the individual and any type of severance that I don't feel this is what is being discussed. I think we're just offering a solution to effect a transition. So thank you.
Ms. Fascilotis?
Once again, it's very frustrating to me that this body, well, I'm just going to leave it at what I said before.
So before I call for the vote, I will, one thing that I wish I had said before, I'll just really quickly say, again, we don't currently have a labor negotiator. You're talking about a union position. You're talking about bringing in a non-represented position. There's no plan. There's no dialogue. We didn't have the luxury of going to a labor negotiator to see what the positions were on this. And that is why I supported the motion to just leave the TOO as it is now. But that motion failed. So now we have this motion in front of us. I encourage everybody to just think about the dialogue after this motion is passed and the budget's passed. So Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
Okay, from the other end of the table that we're not sitting at, Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis.
No,
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
No.
Ms. Tarkenton,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Krummy,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item passes 7-5.
Okay, moving on. Do we have anything else under the, we've covered, if I'm not mistaken, we've covered 201 and 208 with those two resolutions. Am I correct? Ms.
Yes.
Tarkenton, your hand is up?
Yes, Mr. Mason, I'd like to make a motion. Can I make a motion from the floor?
You may.
So I'd like to make a motion to condition the hiring of the new assistant fire chief. And the condition would read, the normal beginning with the BET, but that any new assistant fire chief or administrative structure will be considered after only one, the new firefighting contract has been approved by the RTM, and two, that the internal fire department operation studies is reviewed and accepted by the BET. Do I have a second?
Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion
I'll second for
purposes.
Discussion.
So I think that the kind of things that we're talking about, and talked about in the motion made by Ms. Fascilotis are critical to, to the hiring of the new fire chief in terms of skill sets, et cetera. This leaves the money within the budget, but allows these other, other issues to have occurred prior to the actual hiring of the person to fill the position.
Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Tarkington, I'm wondering if she could elaborate, and I guess it leads back to your comments prior to the other vote as well, Mr. Chair, as to what this particular motion has to do with the current firefighter contract. I'm confused. It seems to be conflating the two, and in my mind, I think the ship has sailed with that, and I don't understand what the
It could impact hiring, compensation, et cetera. Again, I'm not privy to these negotiations. So I can't explain exactly, but there certainly are these issues. And we've seen it previously when I was chair of the HR committee, and we were dealing with an upgrade in the police department. So, again, I can't answer Ms. Cruiser's questions in detail since I'm not privy to all this information. But I do think it's, something like this is an abundance of caution.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already been largely pointed out that this position is itself an unrepresented position. It's an M&C position, so it's not part of the union. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the dispute with the union contract is now, the issues are already framed and it's in the hands of the arbitration. So I'm not sure that I see the connection. I won't be supporting this motion.
Ms. Crumick, your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I think it is just standing in the way of the new fire chief being given an opportunity to do the best with his position and his request to have support on the administrative side. And I frankly think this is just kicking the can down the road for no particularly important reason. I think he needs to be given the support to do his job. Thank you.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just would say maybe from my experience in a corporate environment, a lot of times you have change in senior leadership and they don't make major changes to their organizational structure until they've had time to go in. And I think the reason why I've supported the deletion of this position is I'm supportive of the fire department and what they need to do, but I think it takes time to evaluate and know what you really need. And that was the point that we were trying to get across. So putting a condition on at least just kind of forces the conversation to have a little bit more thought and to see how this fits in. And I see this no different in how a senior level person coming in a corporate setting might approach it the same way. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up again.
Yes, I think that, I'm going to give the department, the town administrator, the first selectman, some recognition that they would have considered those issues. I think that when it came to the budget committee and we discussed the position, there were a lot of good reasons presented as to why the additional staffing is needed at the senior level, at the M&C level. I see this condition really as being another way to implement what was intended in the motion that was voted against. It will delay things. It requires a lot of action and activity and could delay the addition of the staffing for another year. So, and to refer to the firefighter contract, as Mr. Raymer said, this is an M&C position. This is really talking about management, having an M&C position overseeing union positions, which is a better structure than having union management overseeing union positions. So I think that this actually stands in the way of making the progress that we need to in the fire department. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, let me just add, Mr. Raymer's points were well taken, at least the accurate parts of one. Our public safety contracts in town, when you go into MC into public safety, you retain the bargaining unit benefits. So that's a misnomer that you have, and that's in the current contracts for both public safety labor contracts. So with that said, I think what we're missing the point is that this subject to release, which I have a good mind just to abstain on, but what the intent is here is to say, look, you got to sit down and let us know what your plans are. Now, as for the labor contract, the benefit, I do not know what the future benefits will be for this new hire, or if the new person is a promotion, what the new hire benefits will be for the replacement position. I don't know any of that. I do not have those answers because they are in arbitration. Therefore, I will not even know what their benefits will be. I will not know what their healthcare copay will be. I will not know any of that. That is in arbitration. It's been there for well over a year. So again, I think the votes have said that what they want to do here, and I just think that I think we'll look at those votes a little later on today. And we'll see if we have the same feeling there. I think this subject to release should have been thought about earlier, but it is what it is. Mr. Drake, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Miss Cruiser. This is on Miss Tarkington's condition.
No.
Miss Hess,
Yes.
Miss Crumick,
No.
Miss Moriarty,
No.
Miss Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Pass for a minute.
I'm a no. Miss Fasciotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Miss Erickson.
No.
That item has 6 noes and 4, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 noes.
5 no's.
I think 6 noes.
You have to
I
go back
thought
to
it
mine,
was 7.
Bill.
I'm showing 6 no's, 5 yeses, and I haven't voted yet.
I
So
thought
I
Mr.
will-
Drake
Wait,
voted
wait,
no.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's
It
correct.
has 7 noes and 4 yeses.
Correct, that's what I have. 7 no's,
Yeah.
4, and then Mike hasn't voted
So
yet.
it's 4 to 7 at the present.
Okay, then I'm abstaining.
Okay, that item fails 471.
Okay.
We continue.
So let me just share my screen real quick, get us back on track here. Okay, so if I'm understanding, we have covered both the 201 highlighted area and 208.
So I'll read 202, fire training, $487,114. 204, Office of the Fire Marshal, $722,929. 205, the firefighting force, $11,992,103. 206, fire apparatus and equipment, $28,500. 207, fire department buildings, $136,350. And that concludes the fire department.
Okay, am I correct that we have covered the motions we have for us for the yellow highlighted areas?
yes.
Mike,
Thank
you
you.
have a hand up from Laura?
I'm sorry, I can't see that right now. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a point of order, maybe with respect to just information sharing. Is it possible that Roland could share his screen so we could still see the highlighted areas, but also keep track of any changes?
I don't know. I don't know if Roland's making it. Roland's working on another document for our changes.
So I'm trying to follow along at home. I just want to check in then periodically. So what I have thus far is a reduction for the Office of the First Selectman of $135,000 and an increase on line 208 for fire department volunteers of 20,000. Is that, Roland just confirm that's where we are?
And by the way, Ms. Erickson, if I may, I think that's a really good suggestion. And maybe at the first time we take a break, we can do that. And certainly before we leave the budget, we should do that. Make sure our notes match up. I think that's actually a terrific suggestion. Okay, so we'll go back to sharing.
I'll resume in the police department. 200,
Yes, please.
211, administration, $945,339. 212, dispatch, $1,972,480. 213, general services, $2,651,825.
I withdrew that motion, Michael.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Raymer. I just saw it highlighted and I didn't see a form.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
216, criminal investigation, $3,880,292. 217, uniform patrol, $13,438,430. And that concludes the police department. Passing the public works. 301, administration, $723,797. 302, Engineering Division, $1,424,723. 312, Highway, Streets and Bridges, $6,637,432. 315, Highway, Board of Ed Maintenance, $296,700. 321, Waste Disposal Division, $6,832,329. 345.
Roland, are there motions there?
There
Yes.
is, it was emailed out after the package went out.
So Roland, that's being moved by who? I'm happy to move it so you can talk about it.
Roland, would you call that off for us, please?
It's a reduction in disposal costs based upon a revised or more accurate tonnage and prices. So the reduction is $390,000. It's a combination of hauling away waste and also hauling away recyclables.
And I move that item.
And I'll second it to get the discussion going. So Roland, if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is that DPW sent us this over for us to consider.
Yes.
Thank you. Are all members understand? Okay, it's moved, it's seconded. Discussion on the item. Ms. Moriarty.
I just want to ask the question again about the genesis of this change, since it wasn't discussed at the budget committee. I'm not sure who to direct the question to.
This just came in. I just got an email from Amy before the package was put together.
So unsolicited from Amy.
Yes.
I remember the budget committee had a dialogue about this, but I don't recall seeing any emails on this. Ms.
And
Erickson?
can I ask one follow-up question? I'm sorry, I can wait till they.
No, go right ahead. You're
The follow-up question is, can you tell us what the budgets are for those two line items? So I'm just trying to get a sense of the percentage of change. I believe they're
Okay,
minor. Is that okay? Is that correct?
Okay, it's one line item is 52510 waste removal. And the other one is 52520 recycling removal.
So the waste removal line right now stands in the budget at 4.8 million, and they are recommending 100,000 reduction. And the recycling line is 1.4 million, and they're recommending 300,000 reduction. So the waste removal line, just to follow the logic from my colleagues, it's an insignificant, it's a small amount of a change. The recycling is slightly larger, but just to confirm, that's coming in from the DPW, indicating confidence in that number, I guess. Okay, thank you.
If I may, before I call Ms. Erickson, Roland, am I to understand that we used to pay $85 for a ton, and the rate is now going to 65 for the same ton or something like that as part of that?
I don't know the rates for the
Okay.
for the hauling.
Okay, Ms. Erickson?
She, for what it's worth, in dialogue with Commissioner Siebert, she said that the municipal solid waste was going to $93 a ton and the recycling to $65 a ton.
Got it. Ms. Erickson?
Yes, just because this is just came in over the transom just, an hour or so ago. Could I ask Roland to forward the communication from Amy to BET members?
Sure.
Thank you.
I do remember there was a discussion at the budget committee, but there were no numbers like that.
Right.
Okay, Ms. Erickson, your hand is still up. I'll take the purview of the group. Do you want to move on and come back to this, or do you just want to wait and see if we can get the communication?
I support voting upon this, one person's vote.
It's just a reduction in an expense is all it really is.
Mike David has his hand raised.
I see that. Mr. Weiss,
Yeah, I agree with Bill. I'm comfortable voting.
Okay, okay. Mr. Drake, if you would, this does not have a page number.
So I'm calling it page 10A because that's the sequence. It's a new page, right? Ms. Erickson,
Just pass for now. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes,
That's 11 yes votes so far. Ms. Erickson,
Having read the email, I'm a yes. Thank you.
that's unanimous.
Okay, so Roland, I will ask you if you can to label this page 10A for our minutes and insert it accordingly. I think this way we know where to find it. Okay, moving on. Mr. Drake, where were we?
We are,
321.
thank you, 345, building construction and maintenance, $4,583,963. 351, building inspection division, $1,786,594. And that completes public works. 380, fleet department, $2,787,794. Passing to the health department, 401, administration, $512,586. 405, environmental health, $741,760. 410, special clinical services, $310,680. 415, family health, $617,063. 425, laboratory, $367,630, and that completes the health department. Passing to external entities, 440, GEMS and TAG, the Bruce Museum, Channel 79. That's recycling, I think, and CCM. $6,116,342.
Okay, we definitely have a couple forms here. The first form is page 11. Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I have a motion to merge two line items under external entities. It's line 57221 and 57231. These are the lines for the contribution to TAG and the contribution to Safe Rides.
Seconded.
So the rationale here is that TAG operates, has in the past operated both services. Currently, Safe Rides is not operating, mostly due to COVID. It's not clear whether it will begin operations again. However, TAG, over the past few years, as we all know, has had challenges financially as they lost the state contract for providing services to the town, and has done an incredible job of right-sizing their operations and still performing a valuable service to the town. During the COVID pandemic, they really, again, exceeded our expectations and rose to the challenge and assisted neighbor to neighbor and the Board of Education with delivering food as needed. And they did that with a very quick turnaround period. In the budget they presented at the Budget Committee, they integrated the two financials, these two line items, and want to utilize the $18,000 that sits in the Safe Rides line item to help balance their budget for their operations. I think this board should be showing its support to the TAG management and the TAG operations throughout the town, and to help them know that from their financial projections that we would be able to provide that additional $18,000 to fund. So I would like to merge those two line items to be one contribution to TAG. Thank you.
Ms. Tarkington, your hand is up.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this motion. TAG actually stopped its Safe Rides program prior to the COVID, so it hasn't been operating that. Nevertheless, we left it in last year's budget, as well as this year's budget, just in case they decide to start operating the program. There's no question that we all support TAG and think it's a wonderful operation. Obviously, they're going to, they're working really 100% on COVID now, so they're going to have to redevelop their business. I think it's premature to combine these particular appropriations at this point in time.
Mr. Drake, your hand is up.
I view this as a simple, as neither an increase of spending nor a decrease. It's a simple merging and simplification. And I support it and also support Mrs. Moriarty's very accurate comments that they've done a heck of an excellent job and deserves commendation for the way they've managed through the difficulties.
Okay, Mr. Deuce's hand is up.
Yes, to expand on Ms. Tarkington's comments, I kind of consider this motion to be a bit of a sleight of hand. If we want to increase the budget of TAG, we should do that, but not capture this other line item for 18,000 and not replicate the service that they used to provide before COVID. So I would be not supporting this motion.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
You need to,
Sorry, I'm muted. Sorry. I just want to respond to the sleight of hand comment. Essentially, this motion is doing what you just indicated. It's really eliminating the safe rides line and increasing the tag line by 18,000. It maybe isn't represented quite as clearly that way, but it would have the effect of allowing TAG to be able to access those $18,000 for its operations. Whether that includes safe rides or not is going to be their determination as the year goes on.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yes, so I have a question. If you keep the safe rides separate, and if they don't operate safe rides, they won't draw on the money. So in essence, what this is doing is not so much putting it together, but giving TAG an extra $18,000 to operate. I mean, that's in essence what this is doing. It's not really, you know, is that what we want to do, is give them an increase in their budget, or do we want to keep it separate? And as they come back to us, as they have in the past, if they need money, you know, we'll evaluate it. But I just don't feel like this is the right time to be just increasing the budget. And that is in essence what this is doing.
I see no other hand. I'm sorry, Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up again. Okay.
you're mute.
I am trying to keep myself on mute just in case. Just to respond, they did come to the budget committee and gave us a financial plan for their fiscal 22. And as we know, they run it really tight to the bottom line. They don't have a lot of extra reserves. And their budget that they presented to us showed that they are relying on the $18,000 to make things work for the year.
Thank you. I see no other hands. Let me just offer a thought that I didn't hear the other day in our workshop. And again, today's not a debate. Today's just informational. What I'm concerned with this, and I understand the intent, but what I'm concerned with this is Safe Rides is not doing Safe Rides right now, obviously due to COVID. So what happens is the external entities, they can merge that money over to TAG. They're doing a wonderful job. We understand all that. But then all of a sudden, if Safe Rides comes back, TAG's accustomed to the additional use of fundage, and then there's no money for Safe Rides to put that back. I think if they're left separate, I think the department can actually make that change, but at least it earmarks it for when Safe Ride does return. Remember, just 3 budgets ago, we had quite a lengthy discussion about Safe Rides. So I think it might be alluding that we're not going to have Safe Rides anymore. And I know we don't right now, but it'll return. So I'll vote against it just for that reason. Mr. Drake.
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No,
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
No,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes,
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That item passes 7-5.
Okay, while we're still in 440, the next item in 7440 is Ms. Tarkington, you have an item.
yes, I am going to ever so slightly,
No, you have an item that's before
where's
us.
my, Yes, I do. I'm going to ever so slightly modify my motion. This is a condition for tag, and Safe Rides has now been merged into tag. So I will combine those numbers such that the condition for the amount becomes $151,000. That's the sum of 142 and 9,000. So the condition is tag, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon receipt and acceptance by BET of a semi-annual report from tag respecting its operations, personnel, and finances.
And I'll second that motion.
And I just, as commentary, Mr. Mason, I would just add that this is a repeat of a motion we've had for several years, many years. And the only thing over the last couple of years, we've reduced this to semi-annual from quarterly. So this is an annual renewal of a motion of condition.
Discussion on the item? Seeing no hands, Mr. Drake? And I'm going to call this page 12 as modified to combine the two lines from our previous action.
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Bastiodis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crummett,
yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
yes,
That was unanimous.
Okay, moving on, while still in the 440 tab, the next item is, Ms. Tarkington, your name is on it.
Yes, this is a condition on GEMS to the amount of $2,391,153. The condition reads, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon receipt and acceptance by the BET of a semi-annual report from GEMS respecting its operations, personnel, and finances, including a semi-annual report on construction progress at GEMS Station 4, 1237 King Street.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion on the
So
item.
I was just going to add that this is Mr. Mason, this is again, the condition we've been having annually on this. We have in our
I see you've added the
Capital-
revenue of the gem.
yeah, I was going to say, in our capital budget, we have an item that we haven't, yet really addressed all of that. But this just asks them to report semi-annually with the rest report on their construction progress on their new building at Station 4.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Mr. Drake?
This is page 13. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Bastiodis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crummett,
yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
yes,
That was unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drake. Moving on to staying in 440, I'm sorry. The next item is Mr. Raymer, and that would be page 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion that I'm making is partly affects also a line item in the Department of Human Services. It's to transfer out of the external entities component of human services and into here, external entities, two items that are currently shown under the human services. One is a $175,000 item for the conduct by the YWCA of its domestic violence educational program in the schools. The other is the $279,000 item for Kids in Crisis for the operation of Teen Talk. If there's a second on that motion, I'll offer comment.
I will offer a second. As I said in our workshop, no motion should go unseconded. We need to have discussions.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We received a letter on the 27th of February of this year from the YWCA and from Kids in Crisis, co-signed by both, requesting this transfer. External entities is where each of these items were being carried through fiscal year 18. And then for fiscal year 2020 and 21, it was transferred into Human Services, and the agencies are requesting that it be transferred back. I support that request, although for slightly different reasons, perhaps, than they were proposing in their letter. To my mind, the agencies supported through Human Services out of tax dollars from municipality ought to be in those instances when the municipality is entering into emergency relief for its citizens for something which is really kind of a municipal function, but has made the decision to be rendering those kinds of services through an independent agency, which it then funds. These are worthwhile programs, but they're not really the kind of thing, to my mind, was intended to be out of a Human Services emergency fund. If the town wishes to be supporting them, then it does seem to me more logical that they would be supported in external entities, meaning the transfer that the two agencies are in fact requesting. And so for that purpose, I make this motion.
Okay, discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands. Can I, if I may ask a question of one of the Budget Committee members? Because this was an item in guidelines, if I'm not mistaken, and we were considering this, but I think there was an agreement between the Human Services Office and the Town Administrator First Selectman's Office on how this was going to be handled differently, which was sort of influencing our dialogue. Can somebody help me with that?
That's correct. We had this just as a discussion topic to consider whether, but it should be moved. I think that the Human Services Department came in with, an excellent program. I think we've seen their operation working together and how they would handle, in particular, these items, working with Mr. Branyan and his office. So I think there's excellent coordination, and we saw no need to move these at the time of our Budget Committee decisions within the last month.
Thank you. Mr. Deuce, your hand is up.
Yes, I believe the Budget Committee took a vote, and it was 1-3 to about this possible move.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm sorry, I just had a question on that. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
This is item on page 14.
Yes.
Ms. Erickson,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fosliotis.
No.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
No,
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Crumick,
No,
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
No,
That item fails 1 to 11.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drake. Anything else in 440? No, I do not see anything else in 440. Am I missing anything? Okay. Mr. Drake, would you?
Okay, we're in Human Services, 501 Administration, $1,433,398.
Okay. I think this one's in 502. So if you would.
Thank you. I'll read 502. Adults and Family Services, $2,013,840.
Okay, in this department, I think we have at least one. The first one, Ms. Moriarty?
yes, and you're right. There are two motions here on the same topic, so I think they both should be addressed in the discussion. At the Budget Committee, we added on a vote of 3-1 to add $30,000 to the emergency aid and rent supplement, splitting $15,000 in each line item. The Department of Human Services during the COVID pandemic. Let me first see if there is a second. This motion is to add a condition to those funds which are already in the budget.
There's a
I
second.
second the motion.
All right, thank you. So this the funds were identified as being needed based on the trends that we're seeing due to the COVID pandemic, that there are a greater number of residents in need. And we wanted the budget resources to be made available if they need to go above their traditional levels in these particular line items, so that they can assist our residents. So we added the $30,000 at the budget committee, and I indicated at that time that I would propose a motion to the full BET, and the motion reads, subject to release upon BET review and acceptance of a report from the Department of Human Services of the need for these supplemental funds. I know that there's an issue that there in some of the additional grants that have been awarded or enacted by the federal government addresses potentially some of the needs, these same needs. However, I would ask my colleagues to leave this $30,000 in the budget. It's conditioned. It's if we're needed. We don't have knowledge about how the state funds are going to be allocated and whether our residents would have access to them at all. And that information would be shared with us before we would release these funds. But I think having the additional resources in the budget is an appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion on the item?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to the next motion, which is part of this motion, because it is germane.
Does any member mind if we have we both have the motions. Does any member mind if we collate this discussion a little bit?
No problem.
It's appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Lotus?
Yeah, I'm moving that we reduce the amount that was added by the budget committee. And the reason that I am doing this is because this body heard from the town administrator that the town anticipates receiving 2 tranches of money under the American Rescue Plan that was recently signed into law. The first tranche is anticipated in May of this year and is expected to be $16.4 million for the town. As was explained to the BET in our workshop, these funds could be used to replace revenue lost or reduced as a part of the pandemic, fund COVID-related costs, provide support to aid households and businesses impacted by the crisis, invest in economic recovery and renewal, and add fund investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. After our budget workshop, I did do a little research on the American Rescue Plan, and the following is from the U.S. Treasury Department fact sheet on the plan. In particular, there are 2 sections of the plan that are applicable here. These are the Homeowners Assistance Fund and the Emergency Rental Assistance provision that are contained in the law. The key provision of the American Rescue Plan is that our town will be given monies for homeowner assistance. As the economic fallout from the COVID-19 crisis took form, millions of Americans, including those in Greenwich, were faced with the pressures of having to decide between making mortgage payments and other essential obligations. The federal government estimates that throughout the country, 1 in 10 homeowners with a mortgage are behind on payments. This law takes immediate steps to help Americans stay in their homes and keep a roof over their heads. It prioritizes those homeowners that are experiencing the greatest hardships and leverages local and national income indicators to maximize intended impacts. So again, the monies will be anticipated in May and will carry to 2024 and will be available to homeowner assistance. In addition, it also provides monies to our town to assist households that are unable to pay rent and utilities due to the COVID-19 crisis. The new funding again will leverage existing program structures, allowing for money to be dispersed quickly and efficiently to on-the-ground emergency programs and ensuring that our hardest hit families will receive their equitable share of relief. Again, these monies will be available in May and will carry to 2024. While the amount is small, there is no reason to add this to the budget this year. And for this reason, I'm proposing this be deleted. I would also add that I would expect that the Department of Human Services will be working with the town administrator to develop a plan as to the criteria for eligibility and a method of how these funds would be distributed to those that need the assistance that are contemplated by this law.
Mr. Weisbrot's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been the practice of the BET not to rely on money from external sources as part of our budget process. And it's particularly important in this context. We've had the chance to talk with one of the legislators who was instrumental in the drafting of this legislation. And the advice that we received is that until the Department of Treasury issues its guidance, which has not been delivered, really nobody knows what will or will not be funded. And so it is fiscally imprudent for us to say, well, item A, B, or C is going to come from the ARP, therefore we won't budget for it. We may or may not get funding from the ARP. Number two,
It's probably on our system.
Number two, there's no harm or foul in budgeting for the items. And so what we also learned is that an item that's budgeted through the BET is fully eligible for reimbursement from the ARP once the terms and conditions are known, when the Department of the Treasury releases its detailed list of what those terms and conditions are. So to my mind, the deletion of these items is an inappropriate thing to do. Furthermore, last point I would make is that the town really should be given a transparent process to evaluate and understand the utilization of the ARP funding that's coming from the federal government. We should not be doing this in piecemeal, in dribs and drabs, through line items in the budget. It should be done similar to how we handle the Community Development Block Grant, which engages many in the community to understand and appreciate what the funds are and how the funds are allocated. So for all of those reasons, I take issue with this point. Thank you.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
I so actually agree with some of the things that David said in terms of, we really do need a plan and a process about the money coming in and how it'll be dispersed and making sure it's coordinated, et cetera. So I completely agree with that point. My problem with it being in the budget, I'm sorry, I support helping people, but my worry is this budget was intended to be, call it a normalized budget, not a COVID budget, which would mean we shouldn't have extra money in here for COVID. And it's a slippery slope, because once it gets in one year, people forget about it, and it's in there and it starts building on itself. So what starts as a $30,000 item this year over 10 years is 300,000. You apply the increase of the budgets each year, and so the numbers start to become bigger. So I hear your point, David, about we don't know until we have the money, but we are going to get something, right? And I don't think it's appropriate to budget. I also think that if it gets to the point where they really need the money and that we don't have it, we have no clarity around it, let them come to us and ask for an interim, and we'll give them the money. Because no one's saying we don't want to give them the money, but I just don't think from a process standpoint, it makes sense to build this money into the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Deuce, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've heard conflicting guidance here on this call based on what Karen read from the Treasury note, and based on the recollection of David of the conversation with one of the drafters of the act. So if either could comment, I'd appreciate it. But at this point, I'm frankly very confused whether or not, if we appropriate something for a COVID expense, if we would ultimately get reimbursed as a town. That's a good question, I guess, for Karen or for David or for others who have some knowledge about that.
Look, the Treasury fact sheet specifically points to homeowner assistance and emergency rental assistance, and goes into length as to what these are, quote, key provisions of the American Rescue Plan. Now, yes, there's a provision to fund COVID-related costs. I can't tell you without the guidance from the Treasury Department whether or not these would be reimbursable. But it would also require us to keep track of the fact that we added an additional 30K to the budget when we most likely don't need to do that. Again, as I said, these are two key provisions. They're there to assist homeowners and people within our towns or households that need this relief, and they need it now. Whether you agree with it or not, as far as the American Rescue Plan, these monies are there. They're coming to our town in May. There will be guidance in May, likely, from the Treasury Department. I don't think they're just going to hand out money without guidance. The Health and Human Services or the Human Services Commission can work with the town administrator to determine how they'll be done. That's my opinion anyway.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty, you've already spoken. I'm going to try to stick with getting everybody a chance to speak first. Ms.
I don't
Tarkington,
believe I spoke on this motion.
it's your motion. It's your motion.
Oh, I am sorry. I did. Okay, never mind.
It's okay. I just, whenever possible, I like everybody to
It's
have
been a
it.
long morning already.
I like everybody to have one shot. I think that's how
No
we should.
problem.
do it. But I will come back to it. I promise. I promise. Ms. Tarkington.
So in the budget committee, I did not support these additional amounts because I felt they were arbitrary. In today's environment, we really don't know how much money is needed. I think that the budget committee and the full BET has a track record of supporting human services when they come, and to really make sure that we are doing that. And we do know that other money is available. And I think the Human Services Department has done an excellent job of reaching out for other sources of funding. So I have great respect for the department. I didn't think this was necessary, and I'm not going to be supporting Ms. Moriarty's motion, and I will be, well, I guess we'll come to Ms. Fascio's next, but thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I just 2 points. One, for perspective, I just want to point out that the total of these two items is $123,000, of which we're proposing a condition on $30,000, and that's of a $4 million budget for Department of Human Services. I appreciate all the research Karen did on the ARP. All good points. I would just add, for transparency, some of the members of our caucus had a call with Mark Snyder, who's Jim Hymes's one of his legislative aides or directors. And we came away from that conversation quite reassured that any expenses which can be traced back to COVID relief would be eligible for reimbursement. So to me, that gives me comfort to address Mr. Juice's point. I would also add, just to throw in the wrinkle here, through the CDBG process, the town was granted an additional $50,000 for rental relief that perhaps might also qualify for such reimbursement. I don't know. There are many questions to be answered, but everyone's in the same boat is the message we received in this call yesterday. There's a lot of things to be worked out, but the overall intent is to reimburse expenses which can be traced to COVID relief. So I have no doubt that will transpire. I support this. It's $30,000 of a total, again, of $123,000 for our residents, which we know there are many needs out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crumick. Your hand is up.
Yes, I support this request for the 30,000. The reason being is really the timing of it. We have a lot of people in town that we've been reminded are in need of support on paying their rent at this time. I fully understand that there's going to be reimbursements down the road, but what I'm concerned about is the need right now. We've just come into April. We're going to be coming into May when rents are due. That we not hold that money up and we give the DHS the opportunity, should they need it, to help these residents now. We can get the reimbursement. We know that it's going to be coming through down the road, but I really am concerned about what's happening right now with people's rents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weisbrot, did you lower your hand?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
we had a good
I'm
discussion.
sorry, I'm sorry. Ms. Moriarty, and I'll call as the last speaker, and then I'll have a comment, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I just want to highlight several of our members talked about the importance of a process to be used to appropriate the funds that will be coming to the town from the American Rescue Plan. And I don't want to short circuit that process and prematurely decide that we're already allocating money to this particular line item in the budget. I think we need to approve our budget, not anticipating how we are going to use those funds, and to let the process play out to determine the needs. We may have more needs than we have funds available, and this may or may not be where those funds are decided to be allocated. So I would ask my colleagues to keep this money in the budget and to approve the condition.
Okay, seeing no other hands, let me just see if I can summarize what I'm thinking. We asked the departments to build a budget for a normal, non-COVID year. They built the budget, except the budget, they escalated because of COVID expenses. So what Mr. Weisbrod was saying is actually right. It's just I'm 180 degrees different. I think you have a challenge here. The town has a challenge here. What do we want to raise the money in the tax levy above and beyond for COVID expenses ahead of time? Because we haven't done that anywhere else yet, to my knowledge. So I don't think any of us are, I think we all know there's a lot of money coming. We know that these expenses that we're talking about here are certainly going to be qualifiable. And we have the resolution I'm hoping we later vote on that we passed in the fall that we hope the RTM will extend. So we'll have full control over what the department wants to do and allocate all of this. This is a real simple thing. Again, on a normal budget, these $2 amounts would not be in 050 and 020 would not be escalated by 15,000. They're doing that because of COVID. But again, I just keep going back to saying, okay, we said we're going to budget for a normal budget. So I won't be supporting this. But Mr. Deuce, your hand is up, and then I'm going to call for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall the conversation we had earlier with Mr. Brannian, the town is slated to get half of these funds from the feds on May 21st, which would be before the beginning of the next fiscal year. And to Beth's point earlier, which I thought was a good concern, we will have these funds in hand and available before we begin the fiscal year, and that should allay any concerns about any delays in getting these monies to those who need them.
Okay, Mr. Drake. Page 15, would you call the vote?
Yes, sir. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
no,
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Basiliotis,
No,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes,
Ms. Erickson.
yes,
That item fails 6-6.
Thank you. That moves us over to page 16, which is, Mr. Drake's name is on that.
Which is,
Well, I think we've,
that was my motion, but I think it's been discussed. You're right.
I think it's been discussed. This would simply return the
sorry,
human.
Bill, I moved the motion. I think you seconded it.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. So obviously this is a motion to return to human services and these two lines back to their annual amount. Discussion? Mr. Drake?
Ms. Erickson,
no,
Mr. Weisbrod,
no,
Deuce,
yes,
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Basiliotis. It's her own motion.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry, I
And
couldn't
I
get the mute
too am a
button.
yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
no,
Ms. Kremick,
no,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That's 6-6 for the moment.
I will exercise a tie-breaking vote in favor of the motion.
Okay,
Okay, that moves us to, if I'm not mistaken, we have one more Mr. Drake, you have to call for in human services.
In 502, adult and family service. Oh, no, sorry. I think 509, right?
Yes,
502, I think we've now accomplished. So 509, aging services, $595,935, and that completes human services.
okay, that takes us, Mr. Drake, to Board of Education.
Okay, Board of Education, 600, administration, $5,682,809. Instruct, 620, instruction, $141,315,277. 640, operation of plants, $7,323,518. 650, maintenance of plants, $5,466,528. 660, pupil transportation, $9,697,298. 675, student body activities, $2,357,167. That completes the Board of Education. There were no amendments there. Libraries, 701, Greenwich Library, $8,728,587. Peterson Foundation, $1,170,770. And 710, the Paradmont Library, $1,781,382. That completes libraries. Parks and Recreation, 801, administration, $1,165,986. 811, recreation supervisor, $136,727. 812, recreation organized, $1,044,963. 814, Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, $415,677. 815, recreation, $20,045. 816, recreation, the skating rink, $224,681. 821, Parks and Trees Administration, $132,865. 822, Parks and Trees Playgrounds, $4,327,118. 825, Parks and Trees Equipment, $183,076. 829, Parks Division Trees, $1,327,721. 831, MFO Marinas, $232,317. 832, MFO, $798,220. 833 is also MFO, $1,559,860. And 834 is MFO, Harbors and Boats, $480,955. That completes Parks and Recreation. We passed the fixed charges. 901, benefits, $98,231,980. 902, unemployment and workers' comp, $2,550,000.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake, I just want you to know, that was a lot. That was a long one, long run there. Under fixed charges, I do have a 902. And I believe it's page
17.
of our handout.
17.
And it's a motion in our, we discussed the other day, I did make a correction on it under Ms. Moriarty's recommendation. This is basically a condition to transfer funds quarterly from the Board of Ed's various COVID grants to the unemployment insurance account, 902, whatever, based on the quarterly report prepared by the Finance Department, working with the Board of Ed Human Resource Department, and the amount of the future unemployment charges incurred from the laying off of substitute teachers and other Board of Ed employees previously hired during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's motions by me, and I think Ms. Tarkington is labeled as the second. Discussion, Ms. Moriarty.
I don't believe this motion, this condition is necessary. It's my understanding, and if I can ask a question through you to Mr. Geiger or Mr. Minarski, the way that our resolutions have been drafted and approved by the RTM for receipt of any of these COVID grant funds, grants and awards, the process is that the acceptance of the grant can be accepted, but the BET is required to appropriate the funds. So it comes to us to appropriate them correctly, and we can appropriate them directly to the unemployment line. It doesn't go through the Board of Ed financials. I think there is a information obligation that we would have to tell the Board of Ed that we would like the grant funds, the application to include this additional expense that the town will have. But the condition itself is unnecessary because we control that appropriation. So that's a question to confirm that my understanding of the flow of the approvals is correct.
Mr. Geiger, would you like to take a,
That's absolutely correct, that BET approval is required to set up appropriations for any of the COVID monies that come in.
thank you. So let me just, I'm the motion on this. So the town so far has received, Nathaniel Witherell has received, I believe, at least 2 grants. And I think the Board of Ed has received 1, maybe 2. And obviously we know about the ones coming. We know that. So the purpose of this motion obviously is to clear and make a very clear dialogue for the departments. So for example, you wouldn't want to be paying, and this particular one happens to just apply to unemployment expenses. I'm pretty sure that we want to make it very clear to all the departments that if Nathaniel Witherell gets a grant, that the expenses for Nathaniel Witherell, we're going to backfill with that grant. If the Board of Ed gets specific grant, and they are coming differently, the grants are coming from different entities for different departments. So I think this is, whether it's necessary or not, I think it's important we clarify. And I go back to what our actions were previously. What have we told the departments? Run your budgets normally, run your department normally, keep very close track of your COVID expenses and lost revenues. Therefore, when grants come in, we're going to go to the grants first. And if we don't get enough grants to cover the expenses, we're going to go to the general fund to fund this. So I think I'm not afraid of having something that might not be needed, but I'm much happier having it very clear, because I think this, from a RTM point of view, I think they need to understand exactly how we plan on handling the COVID. And I think that's what's important in this resolution, and I hope we support it. I see no other hands. Mr. Drake.
This is page 17. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Sorry, yes.
Ms. Crummett,
No,
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
yes,
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Pasiotis. Ms. Pasiotis. We'll come back to you. Mr. Raymer.
Oh.
Mr. Deuce.
Yes,
Mr. Weisbrod.
No,
Ms. Erickson.
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Pasiotis, returning to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So where we stand right now, we have on this item 6 no votes, 4 yes votes, and
is that right, Bill?
I think it's incorrect.
651
that's not correct.
or 551 right
okay.
now.
Wait a minute. Let me run. Okay, who did I miss?
Ms. Fascinos is not voted.
Karen,
I guess I got Andy wrong. Andy, what was your vote?
I'm
I voted
voting,
yes.
Sorry, that was my error.
and I'm voting yes, sorry.
Okay, so this is now 6, 5, and Ms. Erickson abstained. So
Yes.
six yeses, 5 noes, and Ms. Erickson abstained. It passes 651.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Moving on, still in fixed charges. Page 18, Ms. Fascilotis. Page
Hold on, I'm just getting organized here, sorry about that.
Page 18, I have a motion. from
Yes.
Ms. Prentice.
Yes, this is a motion to reduce 2.35 million to the contribution to the risk fund, account code 999-57122, offered on behalf of the law committee.
Okay, and that's seconded by Ms. Crumick in the forum.
yes, but as a committee, I'm not sure you need it.
I know. I just, for clarity, for everybody who can't see our paperwork, that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, discussion.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, just a
Yes,
point of
sir.
order. There is also a separate motion. I don't know if again here you wish to be discussing them both together. The separate motion closely related was instead of the elimination of the 2,350,000, it would be to reduce it down to 1,500,000.
Okay.
That came in this afternoon,
Yeah, this morning, actually, yeah. Mhm.
this morning.
I'm going to try, Mr. Raymer, real quick to get that item on the screen so everybody can see it. Can you just hold 1 second?
I mean, it's in the chair's discretion whether you want to handle the two together or not. I just thought I'd bring it to your attention.
Can somebody just tell me when that email came? I want the public to be able to see it because that's not in the budget book or printed.
No, that's correct. Mhm.
Does the public even have the budget book? Does the amendment book? I don't believe so.
Yeah, and by the way, I'd like to see it before I even vote on it. And then when did that come in?
I can share the screen if you'd like to. I have it up.
Okay, please do. I think you can.
Am I a co-host?
I think you are.
No, she's not.
Okay, well, we can take care of that real quick.
Or Roland has it to share it if.
Roland, do you want to share it?
It came in on my calendar, on my computer at 10:29 this morning from Roland.
If you make me a co-host, I can do it also.
Okay, I'll do that real quick. There you go.
Okay.
Mr. Raymer, once that's up, I'll offer the board the chance to kind of have the dialogue on these together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Vassilotis.
Yep, I think we can take this off the screen.
So
'Cause
the
I'll be talking to the 2.35.
Okay, so just, okay, Ms. Vassilotis. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the law committee during its regular meetings in February and March received a presentation by Attorney Kokinos of pending litigation. We went through and we reviewed also against the self-insured retention, the SIR amounts. The Connecticut courts, as everybody knows, have been closed due to COVID-19, and basically civil court trials were halted. While Superior Court is slow to open, most civil trials have been substantially delayed, and cases involving Greenwich may not be heard until early 2022. The risk fund up until fiscal year 2021 was funded up to 3 million and has been about that at that point in time. Right now, our risk fund is at 4.614611. Should the BET fund with an additional 2.35, we would be now at almost $7 million in the risk fund balance. We discussed the proposed fiscal year 2022 contribution of the 2.35 and by a vote of 200, felt that the current level of 4.6 and change was plenty. The town attorney did not dispute that. And given the backlog of cases, it's likely that many cases filed against the town would not be resolved in fiscal year 21-22. The amendment retains any contingency balance in the general fund balance and still retains a higher than normal fiscal year 21-22 risk fund balance. And we chose not to lower the contribution and leave it as it is.
Thank you. So let me just, 1 second, get my, Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
Yes, the alternative way to handle it, which is the competing motion, is rather than reduce the risk fund down, increase in the risk fund to 0, is to reduce it to 1.5. And the rationale for the alternate approach is, yes, we agree. We know that the Connecticut courts have experienced a slowdown and they're not hearing cases. I don't think they are currently, right? but we believe that it's fiscally prudent to continue to annually increase the risk fund to cover potential and outstanding litigation. I think we know that the town's self-insured retention amount has increased, and while that might not impact us in the near term, we should be planning for the future. I think that's a theme we have in many of the budget items that are going to be before us today. We should be planning for the future. We shouldn't skip this to zero. We should increase the risk fund. It makes the amount that we would need to increase it next year that much easier to handle. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cruiser, your hand is up.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what Ms. Moriarty just said. I feel that this would be particularly prudent to just reduce it by a smaller amount, given the very healthy use of our unrestricted fund balance that we have potentially going into this budget. I think should the risk fund be drawn more quickly than we all anticipate, if the courts reopen and become active, we really leave ourselves with not much of a backstop because our fund balance is now being used for other purposes. So I'll be supporting the reduction, a smaller reduction to the risk fund.
Mr. Raymer, you're next. Thank you.
Worth mentioning that we met with the town attorney in executive session and went through a process case by case of evaluation of the cases. I'm obviously not going to repeat in open session things that were discussed in executive session, but the valuation that he placed on the value of cases likely to be reached for settlement in the fiscal year 22 was a number larger than the risk fund if you didn't make the addition of at least $1.5 million. And so I wonder about the prudence of that. Keep in mind also that you're talking about cases to be settled during the period from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. I surely believe that the Superior Court will be open and eagerly trying to settle cases to try and clear its docket during that period. And I'm not sure that with a large self-insured retainage that we're currently carrying, that you'd want to be as thin as that. The last point is, although we haven't yet in our budget session here, our votes here, addressed the use of fund balance in reduction of mill rate to pay off some of our current operating expenses and capital tax levy. There is the expectation that that a majority of our members will be seeking to use a substantial dip into fund balance. It's a poor combination to be budgeting for a very low risk fund and at the same time depleting your fund balance. So I too will be supporting, although a small addition to the risk fund, not no addition to the risk fund, I'll be supporting the $1.5 million.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, I think, Mr. Raymer brought up the presentation in executive session in the budget committee, but our town attorney did confirm that both in terms of timing and in terms of settle amounts, his was a worst case scenario. So that also, I'd just like to add that what's different this year from last year is that the risk fund balance is no longer used in the computation of fund balance. And so we should be cautious in terms of, we should prudently fund a risk fund. And I think that the proposal as presented by our law committee does that. Thank you.
I see no more hands. Before I call Mr. Drake to call the vote, I hear the comments and the dialogue, and I just want to remind you that everything that everybody just said was to increase the appropriation slightly into the risk fund to better position fund balance, and it doesn't better position fund balance because it's no longer in the policy that we count that we've all agreed to. So I'm going to make this comment. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion to reduce to 2.3. I'm going to vote in favor of that. And if we do get to what we call the mill rate calculation page, being that I'm in favor of, I'm on the winning side of the, hopefully on the winning side of the vote, we would be able to reconsider that under the rules that we operate by. So I just want to make sure that we understand that, because I think these are dialogues. Mr. Raymer brought up fund balance and using fund balance to buy the mill rate down. And I would say we're going to have I'm sure, a lively discussion on enhancing the property values of the town rather than the mill rate. So I think that's part of it. So I see nothing. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
So to be
This
clear,
is on the motion to this is the motion on page 18, and we'll
Thank you.
call the other motion page 18A, if that's okay with everybody.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Erickson,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Ms. Fasiotis. Ms. Fasiotis, this is your motion. I'm going to put you down for a yes.
I said yes, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
thought I
all
was,
good. I'm a
I thought I
yes,
was on
Mr.
mute.
Mason.
If you're calling me, yes.
I am calling you. Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No,
That's 6-6 for the moment.
I will make that vote 7 in favor, 6 opposed. That takes us to the motion, what I'm going to call page 18A. Do we need to take a vote on that item with the passage of that motion?
no, we do not.
Thank you very much. Okay, still in fixed charges, page 19, Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, this is a motion that impacts several of our revolving funds and our 999 fixed charges. It includes our contribution to school lunch fund for the current fiscal year up to $150,000. For prior year losses for the school lunch fund, unbudgeted up to and including $520,000. It includes the contribution to Nathaniel Witherall up to and including $1.5 million. And it includes for Nathaniel Witherall, again, prior year losses of up to and including $1 million. So the condition, it's a condition to release. Would you like me to read that? Subject to release at fiscal year end 2022 by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon receipt of a year-end report focused on receipt of grants and other federal and state reimbursement programs and how they have been applied when appropriate to cover the COVID-19 expense reimbursement in the school lunch fund and Nathaniel Witherall fund as appropriate for fiscal years 20, 21, and 22. Appropriations in the general fund designated to eliminate prior year losses for other funds will not be expended above an amount to achieve a zero fund balance for the school lunch fund and Nathaniel Witherall fund as appropriate.
Thank you. Miss Catherine, if you would, you could put me down as the second on that, so our minutes are correct. Discussion, I see Mr. Weisbrod's hand is up.
Do you want me to give the reason, Mr. Mason?
I think you read I think
No,
you read.
I read the condition, but this is to ensure that the COVID-19 funds, including grants and other federal and or state reimbursement programs, were received by the, I think we made a mistake there, a school lunch fund or BOE school lunch fund or Witherall accredited when appropriate to cover the COVID-19 expenditures due to COVID-19 executive orders in the school lunch fund and Nathaniel Witherall fund for fiscal year 20, 21, and 22. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod, your hand is up.
I'm a little confused by the condition. I think we just discussed the approach to not put in, conditions as it relates to the COVID funding, simply because we don't know what the Department of Treasury is going to come out with 1,000-page document to outline how this thing is governed. And so I think we need to take a look at that, evaluate that, and have an appropriate process to utilize that before we get into adjudicating how funds from COVID are allocated or not. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this. If so, someone will correct me. So I'm not sure I understand why we would put these conditions in.
Mr. Mason, shall I explain?
Let's get the questions out and pile them up, and then we'll go from there. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
I just wanted to add 2 things to this. First, I still believe we need to have confidence and to put into place a process for the distribution and use of these new funds coming to the town. Prior year losses typically are at this point are from lost revenue, which is only part of the American Rescue Plan. We may, as I said before, have many more things that we want to do with those funds, and this may not be where we place them. So the reference to the implied assumption is that we're putting the plan towards these funds, I don't think is the correct message we want to send. Secondly, I just want to confirm the appropriations are remaining in the budget. This is just a condition so that, and I'll confirm that with with Ms. Tarkington, who wrote the motion, that this is not a motion to lower the amounts included in our budget. They're remaining in there. You're just making the decision at the time. So my second point again is that it's unnecessary because the BET controls the appropriation of any of these funds we're receiving, and we can make the decision how we apply them. So it's just a confusing condition that will be sitting in our budget books that we're telling ourselves. Thank you.
Ms. Hess, your hand is up. Well,
Okay, so my understanding is all we're saying here is that we're making the amount as budgeted. I think Leslie Moriarty, to answer your question. And what we're saying is if we get money in, we're not going to take the money out of the general fund, but rather we're going to use the grant money to cover it. I think so. It's more kind of, if we know that the money is coming in specifically to cover things like we know the school lunch fund and the mandate to have to provide lunch to all students, why wouldn't we just set it up and direct it so that we know if it comes in towards that purpose that it'll go directly, the grant will go directly to cover the shortfall. And the other thing is, I know we keep, many times people are talking about, we want a process around these grants and how they're coming in. And something I don't think it's appropriate for right now, and I don't think it's in our package, but maybe when we talk about the resolutions and the grants later, do we want to think about putting some condition in that requires that we be presented with a process about how we will in fact take it in, how will it be evaluated, and how will it be distributed to make sure that that does in fact happen? Because many of us keep saying the same thing over and over again, and I do think it's an important element of all of this money that's potentially coming into the town. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson, followed by Ms. Tarkington.
I will confess, I'm having a little trouble wrapping my head around this one. I think I understand the concept, but I think where I'm having trouble is the bifurcation between the prior year losses and the current year, for lack of a better word, I'll call it a subsidy. But I don't know when typically the comptroller's office would wipe out those prior year losses. And what are we talking about in terms of timing? So maybe Pete could help me out. I mean, I see this as a report basically by a comptroller to the BET. It's not all going to happen at the same time. There's going to be a staggered basis for this, I think, but maybe Pete can help me out with when do you normally pay down the prior year losses and make the subsidies for Nathaniel Witherell and School Lunch Fund? I thought it was at the end of the year, but I could be wrong.
I think Roland will agree, correct. We chew it up at the end of the year.
So normally you would pay the 1.520 July 1st of 2021.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I don't know if you need this condition, and I don't even know if you need the funds. Part of the American Rescue Plan, one of the 4 sections is clear that we'll be reimbursed for revenue losses. If in fact, and I'll use the school lunch again, I took the base year of 2 years ago and subtracted out the 2019, 2020. Our revenue loss for the school lunch was $925,000 for the year ending 2020. If what I'm reading from the American Rescue Plan is true, you could apply that 925. The current year, again, the current year being 2021, we're at a 2.5 million. If what I'm reading from the American Rescue Plan, and granted, I know the guidance is not there yet, we would end up not only with no negative fund balance, we would have a positive fund balance. So actually, what would make more sense if that was true, and I would probably wait until May to get the guidance from the Treasury. You probably don't even need the funds. I don't really understand the purpose of the condition.
And I just want to say, you and I did the exact same calculation. I was looking at revenues as well. So I am glad we are in sync. It's not just the
maybe
loss,
Leslie
revenue.
could help what the intent of the condition was. I would prefer the either now or in May is reducing the funding, because I mean, if you didn't reduce the fund, you've appropriated 500, for example, the 520 and the 150 for the school lunch. If my interpretation is correct on the American Rescue Plan, the school lunch is going to have a surplus, and you're basically getting, it's almost a form of double dipping. You're going to get much more than you actually need.
So,
Ms. Crumick goes, Ms. Crumick, Mr. Drake, then Ms. Tarkington.
Sorry. Couple of questions. I'm just wondering who is preparing the report that's being referenced here? And what do you mean by unbudgeted in the account code description at the top? So I guess through the chair, I'm asking the maker of the motion or the amendment.
well, I was asked to, Mr. Mason, do you want me to respond?
Please do.
I was asked to add unbudgeted there. I think that, I worked with Mr. Minorski and Mr. Geiger when I prepared this, and we actually were reading the acts, I think, to understand whether we could even take it in for revenues after we had been told that the BOE had said no. This basically, other purpose of this condition is basically language, which is suggested by Roland, that, if we're getting these revenues in from other sources, that we, the town, do not need to fund these losses. And so therefore, even though it's our intent to do this, it frees up money, and we won't know that until the final day of the fiscal year, I'll say June 30th of 22, up to and including, that's why it says up to and including in each and every one of these things, so that we wouldn't be funding this amount if the balance of the account was something zero, in excess of zero. And that's why, that's another purpose here, is to, to basically substitute funds that are available to these entities, and that they're receiving for necessarily having to fund what we anticipate today as these entities' losses.
Mr. Drake, followed by Mr. Weisbrot.
Yeah, my understanding of this, and it seems clear to simplify it, it's if the American Rescue Plan or other federal government monies are going to top up these funds from their negative position and boost their balances, then we don't need to do it a second time with appropriations from the general fund. So I view this, and the condition accomplishes that. It says on June 30th, we'll have a look, and if the negative balances have been largely filled by government money, let's not put in taxpayers' money. So that's what the condition would accomplish. Let's not double fund or overfund these small funds. On that basis, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Mr. Weisbrot.
It makes no sense to me. In fact, it's extremely confusing to me, this whole discussion. Once again, we're going to get money in from COVID-19. We know that amount. We know it's going to come. We don't know exactly what it can be used for, but all of it is reimbursable. Whether we should be budgeting as we normally budget, in the normal course, I think each of us has said it in our own way. And I like what Deborah Hess is saying about perhaps putting a resolution in at the end. And all this discussion is like a bit of three-card Monte we're playing among ourselves. I mean, this goes in, that goes out, let's do a clear accounting of what is coming in from COVID-19 sources and what it's being used for. And I think that's what we owe the community. And in this case, all of it is potentially reimbursable, but let's not start allocating it before the money even gets in our hands. It's a very bad practice, sloppy, and I don't like it.
I see no more sloppy hands up. So, Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't view this as voting before the money comes in. I view this as if the money comes in and it covers losses that were incurred because of COVID, that money will just be directed to cover those losses. So I kind of view it as it's a condition. It's if this, then that. So I do think we need a condition for later about what we're going to do overall with all this other money, but it does make sense if the money comes in for this purpose. We want it. All we're doing is saying, if it comes in for this purpose, we're going to just make sure we use it for that purpose. That's all. That's I don't know. Maybe I'm oversimplifying, but that's how I'm viewing it.
Mr. Raymer, followed by Ms. Erickson.
It's really a question for the controller. Let me see if I can understand mechanically how the handling of these funds work. In the reporting that we got from the legislative aide to Hymes's office, we were told that that sums that we appropriated and spent are no preclusion to our being allowed to be reimbursed for those items. So when these funds come in, Pete, if I could understand, it'll simply be booked as being a revenue item that we're allowed to retain when we go through the process of documenting to Treasury what were the sums that we incurred that were COVID related such that they qualify. And if we have, for example, losses the school lunch fund on the revenue side, presumably from what we're being told, that's a reimbursable item, and we'll display that item, and that justifies our retention of that item of expense, no? So it seems to me that we can book these items, each of them, as being places where we intend to pay these costs, $150 for the school lunch fund, either as a mill rate item or as a fund balance item, the $520 from prior year losses in the school lunch fund, and so too with the two items with Nathaniel Witherell. We can incur those items, budget them, spend them. When the funds come in, if they're reimbursable items of expense, then that will document that we're allowed to retain that component of the revenues, no? It seems to me the only way in which it would be important to make this qualification is if it would be your plan not to fund the $150,000 of operating costs to the lunch fund unless we were getting reimbursement from, then it might make a difference. But I'm of no state of mind here to not fund the $150 the school lunch fund, not reimburse the $520 of prior losses in the school lunch fund, not to fund the $105 million of operating to Nathaniel Witherell, not to reimburse the prior year losses of $1 million. My plan is out of the budget or out of fund balance to pay each of those items, whether or not they're reimbursable. And therefore, I wouldn't put this condition on it. I would, however, look forward to receiving the funds and documenting to the Treasury that these were qualified expenditures.
Mr. Deuce hasn't spoken. Who hasn't spoken yet? Ms. Fascilotis, Mr. Geiger, your hand is up first. Hang on one second. Mr. Geiger.
The intent, as I understood this resolution was to be, was if almost a year from now, when we take these appropriations and pay down prior year losses, that if in the meantime we received the COVID monies to reimburse these for lost revenues, that we would only contribute the amount up to what's needed to bring them basically to a zero fund balance. That if they were at zero, we wouldn't increase their fund balance by $540,000. That would stay in the general fund. But the appropriation stays there, and we would use as much of that appropriation as we need to get them to a zero fund balance and not anymore.
Thank you. Ms. Vassilotis?
Yes to what Roland said. And I just wanted to also note that I get a little nervous about hearing about an interpretation of a law for which Treasury has yet to issue guidance for, from somebody who was in the room reporting about a conversation with an aide for a federal official. We were not all privy to that conversation. And while I respect my colleagues greatly, I don't know if that aide is interpreting it correctly or not. So I just want us to caution us as to how we're interpreting things and what we can rely on going forward.
Mr. Deuce?
Thank you. I thought I understood this. But let me ask a question. If we don't approve this, are we somehow handicapped as a BET in terms of making these actions in the future in the next fiscal year? What does this gain us? I mean, I see it signaling something, but I don't see it. Doesn't really limit or expand our latitude for acting. That's a question to whoever wants to answer it.
Okay. Ms. Erickson?
I'm kind of with Andy. I was beginning to understand it. Now I'm not so sure, but if I could just flip the equation. So if instead of imposing this condition, if we funded the prior year losses of 1520, we would still be eligible for reimbursement. And then if we delayed our contributions to Nathaniel Wither on the school lunch, we probably would know more before we needed to make those contributions. So I'm still troubled by the commingling of the four categories. But I do think this condition is pretty darn confusing, as we've already determined here. And I think Roland, explained it well. I mean, we're going to fund the balances up to a net positive. They're not going to, or a zero fund balance, right? We're not going to give them a surplus. So I'm going to defer to Pete and Roland on this one. Do we need this or not?
Roland, your hand is up.
Yeah, we actually did something like this without any amendment or anything like that. A number of years ago, we appropriated almost $5 million to fund a prior Nathaniel Witherall loss. When we came to the end of the year, we didn't need all the $5 million. So we only gave them the amount to get them to zero. And the rest of it went into fund balance. And that's all that I think what this is trying to say is we'll do the same thing for Witherall again and for school lunch, that we're not going to create a surplus with these funds. We would use these funds to bring them up to zero.
Mr. Drake?
Yeah, I think Roland has it perfectly right. There's no confusion at all here. We got money from two sources, the Greenwich General Fund and the Biden Washington Fund, your federal income tax. If the Biden federal fund fills up these accounts, we don't need to refill them a second time with taxpayer money from town of Greenwich. That's all this is.
Mr. Weisbrod?
I just want to make sure I understand what Roland just said. He said that in the past, this has just been an administrative matter handled by the controller and the budget director. And if that's the case, since we all have great confidence in Mr. Minarski and Mr. Geiger, why do we need the amendment? I just don't get it.
Ms. Cruiser, did you have your hand up?
I did. Yep. And yes, I did.
Okay, I didn't take down, but you're up if you would like.
Sure. No, I was just going to echo what Mr. Weisbrod said, which is there seems to be precedence without the need for an amendment. So I'm not quite sure, particularly given the very sort of unclear nature of what exactly is involved with the monies coming in. And I just view this as wholly unnecessary. So I hope you go.
Parkinson, and we're done.
Oh, okay. So this just gives the controller and the budget director the cover at year end. They spoke to me about it. They did it once in the past. Now there's a risk that it's going to happen again. This is basically the BET saying, we understand, the intent of our money is to bring these funds to a net zero. It's not to overfund. If the funds come in so that this money isn't needed in any of these four categories, and maybe that was a confusion by adding all the four categories onto one sheet, then we won't, use all of the funding. We may use most of it. We may use, $5,000 less, but it gives them the cover that they will proceed and only use these funds to bring the fund balance on each of these funds to zero. It's been operating negatively. So that's the whole point of this.
Thank you. So before I call the vote on page 19, two things were said here that are the most important. It's not confusing. It's not confusing at all. The two things that were said is that Mr. Weisbrod said it. I heard it elsewhere too. Ms. Hess said it. It would be better for the BET to have one resolution subject to release or condition of the budget, whatever the language needs to be, that says how we're going to handle COVID as it relates to lost revenues and expenses. But we don't have that. I didn't see a member offer that. What we have is trying to do it broken into 3 or 4 different motions, trying to say very similar things, but specific to different funds. Mr. Raymer adds a new twist to it. Mr. Raymer says, well, this is predicated that we're going to use that money for that. In other words, we're going to use COVID money to backfill school lunch fund, hypothetically, okay? He's assuming that we are. I think we all are assuming we are, but this says we will. That's the difference. And that clarification is, I think, vitally important for our legislative body in town to know the BET's plans on COVID monies that come in. It's very simple in that way. I did call for the vote, Ms. Moriarty, but I'm going to call you. Again, we're wrestling with something that probably has a better solution, one big resolution, but I didn't see anybody offer that.
Well,
Ms. Moriarty.
yeah, because you raised a point that I did not take away from this motion as written. In the reason, it talks about using those funds when appropriate for these expenditures. But it's not part of the condition. The condition just says, if we've used them, to take them into account. And to me, that's a huge difference, because I don't think I could say this again. I've said it 3 times. I think David said it 3 times. The town needs a process to determine how we're using these funds. I don't want this board today, with a week's notice about the American Rescue Plan, to dictate how we're using any of these funds, even if it's, $20. I think we need to have a process to look at the alternatives, to figure out what the strategy is, and then make the allocations. And we can go backwards. We can prove that we've done these expenditures. We don't have to make this decision today. But I think it is a huge mistake to say we're already committing the $1.5 million or $2 million, whatever the number is, of our COVID money, of this American Rescue money, to backfill these revenues. That may happen at the end of the day, but it may not. So the condition doesn't read that way, but Mr. Mason's comment saying that's the communication of the intent then makes me concerned, because that wouldn't be my intent. And I think that would be an inappropriate preliminary action to take before the work's been done.
Okay, Mr. Drake.
This is page 19. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Pasliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer.
No.
Mr. Dews,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That's 6-6 for the moment.
The vote is 6-6 on that item.
Mr. Mason?
I will make the vote. So if there's a motion to reconsider, I'm on the positive side of the vote, so I will make it 7-6. Okay, I am seeking a motion for a break from at 2:01 p.m. till 2:10 p.m.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Mr. Weisbrod, I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is a point of order or completely out of order, and I'm sure if it's out of order, you'll tell me so. But Would you be amenable to reconsidering that last vote if we or I were to draft a amendment to the resolution along the lines that you're talking about? Because I think it would be relatively simple. And then I think we address it. I think we're all saying the same thing here. You know, we don't want to put positive balances into these funds. That's not the intent. There's no challenge on that. That's clear. And that's really what Mr. Geiger has done in previous years without any controversy whatsoever. We also all agree that we need a proper process that's transparent to the community on how to allocate the COVID money. I think that's really a consensus, if I could be so bold to say that.
I'm going to call that a point of information. Let me answer all of those parts. The reason I broke the tie is because now the motion passed. I'm on the positive side of it, so I can be with one of the other 5 people a motion to reconsider that item. So that's procedurally, that's why you saw that vote go that way. I think I made it pretty clear. It would be nice to have all of this in one resolution, but no one has offered that yet. So if you'd like to work on that, we can get back to that at any time you would like. As you know, there are some chairs who, when you pass a line item on a docket, you can't go back. I do not live by that. I think things change, and I think we're here to be as transparent as we can. So your point is well taken. You're welcome to do that. And I would recommend sharing a draft visually if you want to do something like that.
I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, can I get back? Now I have to add, can we resume this meeting in, let's call it 10 minutes, 2:13?
Mr. Mason, ooh,
Yes.
before we break, because I assume we're starting with capital after the break.
That's why I want to switch my papers around and get organized.
Can we just ask Roland to give us a recap? I mean, I can say my number, but I'd rather hear from our budget director.
I had promised that, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We're right before. Roland, do you have a?
We didn't take up the revenue adjustments, but we have to go back and do that. But the positive revenue at this point is 177,500, and the expenses that we have adjusted we reduced expenses by a total of 2,885,000.
Roland, where would we do revenue adjustments after we do capital? Would that be under?
Should we do it, or should we do it first?
We can do it before. If we do it before capital, then we have the operating and the revenues completed, I guess.
Is that okay with everyone?
You want to do the revenue right now?
Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
This way,
No, can we do the break first and then
okay,
do
let's
it?
do the break, then we'll do the revenue, and then we'll do that.
And what time are we coming back? Because we've talked a couple more minutes.
I'm still targeting 10 after 2.
10 after 6 minutes.
Okay, let's go. Hello, David. It's Bill Drake. Thank you. You know, on the thing that you proposed, I think. Okay, sorry.
Make sure all microphones are off, please.
Let me see. I gotta turn off my microphone. I'm gonna go to another one.
Okay, so this one is Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington, I think we're all back, if you would.
Okay, great. So this is for Public Works, the revenue account code for municipal solid waste residential permit fees, and it's adding $87,500 in revenue. And the reason, in fiscal 21, approximately 7,500 Holly Hill residential permits have been purchased year to date at $25 per permit, or approximately $187,500 for an 8.5 month period. $100,000 was budgeted in fiscal year 22. So the point here is this is only even looking backwards at 8.5 months and 187,000 was reached. So this is just adding the 87,500 over the 100,000 we budgeted.
Thank you. That was seconded by Mr. Deuce. Discussion on the item? Ms. Erickson, hand is up.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say that this is not an unreasonable assumption that for fiscal year 22, 7,500 households will apply for Holly Hill permits at a cost of $25. The current budget has 4,000 households doing that. I would just say that unlike the prior amendment, which came from the Department Head of Public Works, this did not come from the department head. It's an assumption, based on one of our members. I don't find it unreasonable. I do plan on supporting it, but I just wanted to point out for the record that the department head was more comfortable with the more conservative number. Seeing as how I don't think it does any harm one way or the other, I can support the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. I see no other hands. Mr. Drake, would you run the vote on this? This is page 1 in our package. Where's Mr. Drake? He's muted.
Sorry, I was muted, my error. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Geiger, the next one, if you would. And Ms. Moriarty is on this one.
It is me. So this is a motion that we did discuss at the workshop. The motion is to transfer $90,000 from the Griff Golf Course Revolving Fund to the general fund. And is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Rimmer.
The idea here, this is capturing the additional revenues that is accruing to the revolving fund due to the cell tower lease. The revised agreements with the carriers have increased revenues from about $41,000 up to $131,000. I think the significant increase in revenue was not anticipated 20 years ago when there was some statements about what funds accrue to the revolving fund versus the general fund. And I would assert that the cell tower revenue, which is on town land and is not related to the operations of the golf course, should be a general fund revenue. So this motion transfers 90,000 of those revenues, leaving about 40,000 still remaining in the Griff revolving fund. So they have sufficient funds plus some extra to cover the maintenance of the cell tower, which they are managing. Along with this movement of funds, just to make it clear, our resolution number 2 in our packet refers to that policy about the year 2000. And just to clear up any potential discrepancy in people's reading of that policy, a sentence has been added to that resolution 2 to clearly carve out, make sure that the carve out for the cell tower lease is understood by all members of both the Parks and Rec Department, the golf course, the RTM, and the BET.
Thank you. Discussion? Before I call for the vote, let me just opine on this. I think I spoke during the budget committee deliberations. The golf course 20 years ago, under what was called the Bergstresser plan at the time, I was involved in, was told to start running the operation as a business entity. We put it in a revolving fund. It's borrowed money from the town. It's built a new pro starter shop. They're embarking probably on their next project, which is going to be septic and their clubhouse. There's no tax levy involved. We started that fund with 0. We did not even give them a starting fund balance. To date, they have had a cell phone antenna there for, I can't tell you how many years, but quite a few. And they've taken the revenues, and now the revenues have gotten a little more significant, and the department is obviously hosting the antenna. They're the ones that give access and all of the other things that go on with the cell phone antenna. And the department is saying, look, let us have the revenues. We're using them for improvements at the golf course. And the argument could be made, but I would say we haven't made this argument in how many years when it was only a $30,000 or $40,000 revenue. Now the number's gotten bigger, so we have a concern. And I would say there's no right or wrong answer here, but I would rather leave the intent of the director of Parks and Rec has gone to great lengths to do things to take and keep the golf course expenses out of the needing tax levy. And this is one of the ways that I think was significant. And we're going to have the same question when Nathaniel Witherell wants to put a cell phone antenna in, and they're going to want to keep the revenues too. So it's understandable. I hope this resolution doesn't pass at this time. I think this discussion needs to be a little bit continued on. But Mr. Raymer? Mr. Raymer? You're muted, Mr. Raymer.
I had a dog barking in the background. I was trying to spare you having to listen to that. That's one of the troubles of doing things on Zoom. So it's worth pointing out, as you see in the text, that that exactly as Mr. Mason was pointing out, we therefore leave in their hands $40-some-odd thousand, in this case, $41,457, which more or less matches up with the $43,800 that they had last year and the 40-some-odd thousand, 47,000 roughly it was the year prior. We're mostly leaving them in a status quo. The only thing that's being changed is this windfall dramatic increase in the lease payments, but we're not disturbing the balance of the books of the Griff of Joe. We're leaving the revenue item about where it was for him before.
Thank you. Before I call Ms. Cruiser, Roland, can you stop screen share for me? Thank you. Ms. Cruiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually agree with a number of your comments. While I do think that this might be a very worthy discussion, particularly in a future year, I would really love for our board to really think about from a top-down perspective where our leases go. And I would like to give the Parks and Rec Department sort of a year to digest, what was the expectation of greater funds coming to them in this particular, in this particular account. So I'm not going to be supportive of this particular motion, but I would be very supportive of a review of all of our leases with the view that next year, perhaps it should not be in this particular fund.
Thank you. Ms. Cruiser's hand was up. I don't see their hands up. Mr. Drake?
This is voting on page 2. Ms. Cruiser?
No.
Ms. Hess?
No.
Ms. Crummett?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
No.
Mr. Mason?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Pasliotis?
No.
Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mr. Deuce?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Erickson?
No.
That item fails 3-9.
Okay. Are there any more revenues? Okay, I need to get back to the yellow sheet from Roland's email this morning. And I'll put that up and we'll start capital. Roland, what was that email again? There it is. Why will it not let me open that email now, Roland? Roland, can you send me the two big sheets, the voting document on capital?
Okay, I'm sending it to you now.
Never mind. I think I got it.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll just share screen and everybody so I can adjust the size of it if that helps everybody very quickly here. Is that big enough for, would everybody like it smaller?
Way bigger.
Yeah, way bigger.
How's that?
Pretty good.
Okay. Let me get my participant screen back to panelists. Okay, Mr. Drake, again, everybody, I think the plan is to follow the exact same procedure as the last document. And this is on our pages. We're starting at
Page 20.
page 20. Thank you, Mr. Raymer. And we're off and
Mr. Mason, will you scroll up, please?
Mr. Drake, what do you want? Everything?
You
Just kidding. Just kidding.
tell me
Okay.
tell me where to start. So shall I read everyone?
I think what we're doing is we're going to go project by project and the dollar amount for the recommended dollar amount.
Okay. I'm sorry, when I look at this, is the budget really $108 for this item?
In thousands.
Okay. Give us keep making it bigger, Mike. Slide it over a little more if you wouldn't mind. Make it take up the whole thing.
It'll still be 108.
Okay. Read it. Let's see, what shall I call it? Project number 302. There in column F.
I would just go by the name, GIS map update 108.
108. Systems integration, 45. Network resiliency, 40. Byram Cemetery Stonewall construction, 27. Climate change.
100.
Climate change. We have Ms. Moriarty, we have a form on that.
Yes, the motion, you have an amendment form, and I think a CIP sheet's been distributed from the Conservation Commission. So the motion is to add a project in for sea level rise and climate change planning for $100,000.
Seconded. Oh, sorry.
All right, so the project, and so it's to add the project and to condition it. The BET and the RTM funded the first part of this project several years ago, the $100,000 to address the vulnerability of the town facilities and infrastructure. Those monies have been expended. Last year in our budget process, we deleted the request to start phase 2. And this year, the phase 2 funding was also not included in the budget we're looking at now. The motion here is to add in phase 2 so the town can continue forward motion on addressing this critical need. The phase 2 will impact towns, the impacts to town ponds from tidal migration. And we'd like this supported. If this is successful, it comes along with a condition, and the condition is that the release of these funds would be upon receiving a BET update on the status and goals of the studies to date.
Okay, discussion. I don't see any hands up. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Erickson's hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I do support this amendment, and I especially support it with the attached condition. I think we've talked about this for a few years now. And I will again, I'll repeat that I did read the WestCog hazard mitigation plan that's posted on the town's website. And there are a lot of issues facing us. So I think it's imperative we start planning for the future. This study is part of that. I support this item again, based on the condition. We really need to hear from the Conservation Commission what the action plans and what the deliverables are. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no other hands. Mr. Drake.
So this is capital item, which is in your book on page 20. Ms. Erickson, yes, sure.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasiotis.
No.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item fails 6-6.
That moves us to our next item, Mr. Raymer, in the same general government tab there.
And the sheet that was distributed reflected a dollar amount of 50,000. I'm actually making the motion for 100,000. This is moving for funding of a study or the feasibility of safe bicycle routes through the village centers east and west. If I have a second, I'll speak further.
Ms. Cruiser is listed as a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Raymer, you're up.
Don't need to say a lot. In addition, we've received, all of us, we received a large number of emails from an interested public desiring that the town invest in this. This funding doesn't commit you to any capital anything by way of construction or commitment. It's merely to fund a study. My point to you is that when this many people are wishing this and expressing their interests and mentioning the possibility for private donation as well, it doesn't seem like this is a lot of money for us to spend just to do a study. And I've conditioned the release of the funds for the study upon our acceptance of a report on the availability of private donations, either to offset or to supplement the cost of the study and or the possibility of the cost for the implementation of a resulting plan, if there is one.
Ms. Crumick's hand is up.
Yes, I would like to speak in support of this amendment. I believe that focusing on the need for enhancing bicycle paths in this town, it speaks to the future of this town. We've certainly heard from a lot of citizens, a lot of residents who would like us to move forward on a bicycle study. I think this bodes well for reflecting the changes that are going on throughout the world. And this is our part to be able to play and begin this process to reflect changes in transportation. So I urge everyone to take this opportunity to support the bicycle study.
Seeing no other hands, Mr. Drake, I would say, I'm trying to stay away from comments that are trying to get others. I think I appreciate what the police department's doing on this and Conservation Commission's trying to do on this. I think this project needs the right home. And I do think that the public-private partnership, when that comes along, I think that'll put us in a position where the town has the combined efforts to accept the gift, accept the cash, and then put the additional to it at that time. I don't think they're ready for that yet, but and we wouldn't need a condition on it then. They'd be ready to do that. So I'd like to see the process go that way on this, and well, hopefully that'll happen in the future. Mr. Drake?
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
No,
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
No,
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes,
Ms. Erickson.
Yes,
That item fails 6-6.
Okay, Mr. Drake, that moves us to, I believe we're going to switch departments on the next item.
So fire equipment, PPE replacement, 94,000, and also fire equipment, extraction equipment.
Okay, Mr. Raymer on page 22, I think is the first one.
22 is correct. This is a motion to fund the purchase of a new generation of Jaws of Life, the vehicle extraction equipment, at a cost of $210,000. I'll speak to it if there's a second.
I second it. It's on the form.
Okay. So I, at the Budget Committee, had argued for the deletion of this item. As I mentioned during the workshop, I'm wrong. I was reading the materials to indicate that the fire department was telling us that shortly the support of our existing equipment was going to be curtailed by the manufacturer, and shortly parts would become difficult to get. After that vote and after the deletion at the Budget Committee, I had a conversation with the new chief, Joe McHugh, who pointed out to me, well, sorry it was written in that way, but you need to understand that the manufacturer is right now no longer supporting the existing generation that we're using, and parts would be already difficult to come by or at high cost. And in addition, the new generation of equipment works much more effectively. With those changes of the facts, as I understood them, it changes my mind. I hope it changes your mind too. I think we should be purchasing at this point the new generation of the Jaws of Life equipment. It is one of the fundamental, essential pieces of equipment that are used at vehicle rescue after accidents, which are certainly not something which is unknown in our community.
I see Ms. Hess's hand is up.
So having used the Jaws of Life in the fire ops training a couple of years ago, it's a pretty cool tool. And I too will be supporting it and the importance of saving our community. Thank you.
I see no other hands up. I want to thank Mr. Raymer. I had submitted a very similar form. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
Yes, Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cronk,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes,
Ms. Tarkington,
yes,
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes, Ms. Fasciotis,
Yep.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Dews,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes,
Ms. Erickson.
yes,
That was unanimous.
Okay, I think we're still in fire. Page 23 is next. Ms. Moriarty.
yes. So the motion here is to add $75,000 into the budget for architectural design work and due diligence required for to accommodate professional firefighters at the Round Hill Station, volunteer station.
Mr. Weisbrod is the second on that, I believe.
Right. So the rationale on this is, look, there's been a great deal of discussion over fire services the past few years. A lot of initiatives that have been placed in the budget, supported by the BET, removed by the RTM. The final action by the RTM was to request a study. The BET initiated that study, the matrix study, to look at response times. I should say we are very concerned by the potential delay in implementing the recommendations in the matrix study. Now, we know there has to be an evaluation of the recommendations and a prioritization of what we can and can't accomplish as a community. But I think it is prudent and necessary to appropriate funds for design work. It's not committing to the action. It's giving access to funding to be able to move ahead with a station in the Northwest. And I think this has been strongly supported by the community, not just the Northwest Association, but also by other members of the community. And so I think our board should take the action of indicating that we support the evaluation and the implementation of recommendations and to provide the necessary resources to do that.
Okay, hands up. Ms. Fasciotis.
I guess I'm a little puzzled as to how you can say that there is a delay in the recommendations in the matrix study when the fire department and the commissioner haven't even started on the first recommendation. This is kind of putting the cart before the horse. We don't even know what the fire department is going to look like, let alone starting renovations on a fire station that we don't even own. I just think that this is premature and I'm not going to support this.
Okay, Mr. Drake, before I call for the vote, let me just, this is a huge topic. We've all had an enormous amount of work. I think the Matrix Committee, Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Raymer, myself, Ms. Fasciotis, I look at this and I see the attempt. Matrix had 22 recommendations. There's a new study going on right now. Mr. Raymer and I participated in. When I look at this form, I'm not even sure who that money is going to. Is this going to the Round Hill Architects? Is this going to DPW? I don't even know where that we plan on housing this. I think this dialogue is going to be the dialogue of the year. I think as COVID settles down, I think as the new fire administration settles in, I think this is going to be our year-long dialogue. So I would say, I understand the intent and I understand people are trying to push things along. But on the other hand, we have a fire commissioner, we have a fire chief, and you know, we've had a few discussions today, and I'm sure we're going to have a few more before this budget's approved about, you know, what lane people are in and what lane they're trying to be. And I think this is a discussion that's not far down the road, but it's certainly not right now. So I'm sorry, Ms. Erickson's hands up, Ms. Erickson's hand up, and then we'll vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify your question, the intent of this is to go to the Round Hill Fire Station, the department name above. My understanding from speaking to some of the volunteer firefighters at Round Hill is that several years ago, when they were doing the renderings for their project, a rendering was done for a wing for career firefighters, but it was not. It didn't go forward based on the focus at the time was the King Street Firehouse. So right now, what they're doing is they're going to get their building permit in fairly short order. So they're finishing up their drawings. And my understanding, this would be an add-on for the architect to provide a sketch, a construction document, probably pretty, you know, maybe 30, I don't know what the percentage would be. But it's the right time for them because they're already doing the construction documents anyway. Again, as Ms. Moriarty said, this is not implying a commitment. It's providing some optionality just to keep the process moving forward.
All right, Mr. Drake.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
Excuse me, I wanted to add one more point. My hand is raised.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty.
I just wanted to address the issue of timing. You know, if we don't act at this point, we miss the opportunity with the Round Hill volunteers and the construction they're doing on their building, but we also miss a whole year of potential appropriation to move forward with any recommendation. And I think we need to show forward progress in this particular area. So I ask for your commitment.
I just need a clarifying question. Can you explain to me why, if this doesn't go through, we lose a year?
Because the funds are then not available for design funds. And then to be able to know what construction money you need to move forward with the station. So it puts the project back a year.
So I'm only one of the 12 members on this board. So what you're saying is that we're not going to have any dialogue about any of this during the year. We're going to wait till next budget. Is that an assumption of yours, or is there something I don't know?
I'm not saying dialogue, I'm saying appropriation.
But we can make appropriations anytime we want. But we
can't make them. The RTM can make them. Yeah.
You're trying to make an assumption that if we say no to this, that we will not revisit this in any way, shape, or form, no matter who it's requested from, for a year. And I don't think that's a fair assumption. I think I'll use a term I've heard today. I think that's a misleading assumption. I don't feel that way.
Well, I would say that the timing of most of these investment decisions are around our budget cycle, which is not just done in March, April, and May. It's done starting in November, correct? And people gear their activities towards that budget cycle. So I think in essence, it really is a delay of a year.
Okay, well, you're entitled to your thoughts. I mean, we've had how many interim visits with the Round Hill architects so far? So, Mr. Weisbrod, your hand has come up before I call the vote.
I'm reducing my hand. I think it's been discussed.
Thank you. Mr. Drake?
Ms. Erickson already voted yes. Mr. Weisbrod.
Yes.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
No.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason.
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Ms. Crumick.
Yes.
Ms. Hess.
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item fails 6-6.
Okay, Mr. Drake, I think we're still in fire though.
Yes. You have volunteer PPE for $25,000, and now we're passing to police. Video servers and other equipment, 45,000. Body cameras, 200,000. Dashboard cameras, 62,000. Replacement of the UPS system, 6,000. Outboard engines, 56,000. Traffic signal maintenance, 200,000. Variable message boards, 50,000.
Okay,
Okay, variable message boards. Let me just get to my page. Hang on one second. Mr. Duke.
page 24. This is a motion to delete the $50,000 allocation. Do I have a second?
Second, I second.
Okay. And the reason is this is to support the purchase of 3 additional message board signs that are transportable. These would be supplemental to those that we have already. And even though this is a fairly small item, it's not something that's necessary for this year. We could probably defer this without much risk. Simple as that.
Further discussion? Do I see any hands? Mr. Drake?
This is item on page 24. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes,
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Pastiotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson.
No,
That's 6-6 for the moment.
I will make that 7-6. And I would just comment that on that particular item, the department was never really clear on whether they could lease those as they needed rather than acquire them and maintain them and store them. So I think that's an opportunity for a future discussion as we go. Continuing on, the next item in yellow is page 25.
Annual paving program for $4 million.
I'll make this motion. This is a motion to reduce $500,000 in the annual asphalt paving program at DPW. That brings the total down to $350,000 for the year. Do I have a
no,
second?
3,500,000.
Thank you.
I am your second.
Okay, so let me just give you some background. The last couple years, including during COVID, we've had budgets of 4 million plus. The last 2 years, we've if you look at the spend rate, we've only been able to spend about 3.2. We've done about 19 miles of roads plus the other. Remember, we have blacktopping in 4 different categories across the town. We have it in the parks, we have it in the school grounds, we have it in sidewalks, etc. We often talk about oil prices and availability and what have you, and the ability of how much blacktop we can buy. But quite frankly, we just have not been spending, even as we've raised the rates over time. I think all of us have had this dialogue. So the numbers don't indicate that unless something changes. The last time we were able to do extra paving was during the economic recession when we had the shovel-ready projects where we changed things and we reprioritized to the shovel-ready things because we were getting grants for that. Maybe something like that's going to happen with the COVID stuff, but I don't see that on the horizon. So I don't think this reduction is actually going to have a single bit of impact on what we get paved or what we don't get paved. So that is my position on that. Mr. Raymer's hand is up.
Yeah, and so I respectfully disagree. I mean, in some years, we've funded this as high as $5 million. It's particularly for the public that's listening, but maybe also for some of the BET members. The department goes through this in a very orderly way. They grade the roads at 3 levels, whether they're arterial, whether they're feeder, or whether they're local streets. It does a careful analysis of the paving itself, grading it from excellent to poor, and goes through a scoring process. And then at the end comes up with a recommendation of the amount of paving that they think is necessary, not to improve upon the roads, but to maintain the roads at a fairly steady level. Admittedly, it is a variable level, just as our chairman has mentioned. When the cost of asphalt is lower, you can do more for a given dollar amount. When the cost of asphalt is higher, you do less. Sometimes other things, such as weather conditions and the like, intervene and affect what you're able to do. But nevertheless, the recommendation is the recommendation. And the recommendation was that they're proposing that we do $4 million worth of repaving. That's the amount that they think would be necessary to keep roads in the same condition. They've also cautioned us, when you leave roads get to too poor a condition, it becomes dramatically more expensive to bring them back than it would be if you kept dressing them as the need arose as you went along. And you're in danger of running afoul of that too. My inclination would be to stay on in line with the recommendation from our professionals, who said $4 million is the amount of paving that they would recommend. Less than we've done in some years, more than we've done in other years, but there is not some basis here. We're not under some extreme pressure. We're not under desperate financial pressure. Why would we not be taking the recommendations of our professionals after the work that they've done? And so I'm not going to support this cut. I would stay with what our Highways Department or the Department of Public Works has recommended to us.
Ms. Vassilotis, followed by Ms. Erickson.
Sure. Just wanted to point out that in the fiscal year 1920 annual report, it stated that 18.62 miles of roadway received asphalt overlay at a cost of $3.5 million. We got grants of $375,000, and we used 9,608 pounds of crack sealer to preserve and extend the life of roadways, totaling 20,375. At the rate that we are repaving, we can repave the entire town every 14 years, despite an expected lifespan of 20 to 30 years. So, certainly we can reduce the rate of repaving, and we can also reduce and return to less costly methods. So I do think that we can reduce this without jeopardizing the town's roadways or our repaving efforts.
Ms. Crumick, your hand is up.
Yes, I just want to add that I think we ought to, as we consider this annual paving program, we consider who's using our roads and the concerns there are for people being injured when they are going over areas that are not properly paved or have not been repaired quickly enough. And I would just urge this board to reconsider and to vote down this reduction in the paving program. There is a potential liability issue there that everyone ought to be mindful of.
Ms. Erickson, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you. A couple of points. One, I'd just like to remind people that the original CIP sheet was for $4.25 million. The BET Budget Committee already reduced this item by $250, so we're down to $4 million. Now with this proposal, we'll be down another $500,000 to $3.5 million. My understanding, and it would be better if we had the department input on this. I wish this had been discussed more fully, perhaps at the Budget Committee. But my understanding is that they actually do spend down all their money in this account. They might hold back some for various spring project or unexpected events, but it is not, there is not a lot of open capital with this particular item. Further, in conversations in our liaison meetings, in point of fact, the cost of asphalt is actually on the rise. And as we know from past discussions, most of the costs in these projects are resulting from labor costs. I'm unclear about what the statement is about in the reasoning for potential grant funding. To me, that would be a reason to keep the funds in, especially if we could get reimbursed for it, but I'll leave that alone for now. In general, this is a maintenance item. We have a lot of roads in town. I just think this is short-sighted and not planning for the future. I'm going to vote against this further reduction.
Thank you. I see no other hands. I will call on Mr. Drake to call the roll, and I would just like to if I could, just a point of information. The blacktop budget for repairs is not part of this. That they have a separate item for that. So just so we're clear about that. So I think it's imperative that we make sure we try to be as factual as where the different funds are that pay for different. This is for your annual paving program for your normal routine upgrade. So, Mr. Drake, if you would.
This is page 25. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cronk,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No,
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes,
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
yes, Ms. Fasciotis,
Yes,
Mr. Raymer,
Oh,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson.
No,
This is 6-6 for the moment.
I will make it 7-6 in favor of the motion. Okay. Mr. Drake, if you would go back to the next item.
Sure,
Which-
so I'm reading from line 26, Highway Maintenance Program, $2 million. And next is Greenwich Avenue Streetscape and Repaving Implementation, $500,000.
Ms. Tarkington.
wait a second. I just want to make sure.
Page 20.
Yes, yes, this is DPW repaving by $250,000. It's a $500,000 appropriation, so half of it. Implement initial drainage and sidewalks, curbs, and pedestrian facilities changes may be premature until there is an overall approved site plan for Greenwich Avenue improvements plus a budget for them. It reduces the proposed appropriation from $500,000 to allow $250,000 for ongoing projects such as sanitary sewer repairs, upgrades, relining, and so forth, and with the expectation that there are projects that we can continue that aren't dependent on a change of the structure of Greenwich Avenue for intersection changes.
I'm seconding.
Okay, discussion?
I have a point of order or just a process question. There is a second condition with the same title, but a different proposal coming also from Ms. Tarkington. I'm wondering if she could tell us, is that second, the next page also addressing this particular project?
I
Well,
think,
Karen?
go ahead. I think the second motion is in the event that this fails.
And we have motions in my book on page 27 and 29. And I think Ms. Moriarty's trying to be sure we don't get mixed up with the two, and she's right.
No, I'm
Those
looking,
are separate projects, Bill.
there's 26 and 27 are the two that I'm referring to at the
Correct.
moment.
Correct, Leslie.
Oh, I see, thank you.
Karen
So-
has responded.
So Ms.
The
Tarkington,
second motion on page 27 is basically a condition. It doesn't reduce the I think that there's a mistake in putting a brackets on the 500,000 because that's to reduce. I think it's just.
Right, that's
It's just a
correct.
condition, the 500,000 in the event that this motion does not pass. So
Okay,
the bracket should be taken out of the 500,000.
thanks for the clarification. I'll
So-
wait any comment.
if I may, real quick, I appreciate Ms. Moriarty. I just want to make sure I fully understand this too. So the first motion on page 26 is to reduce an amount for a reason. If that passes, I do not believe we're going to take up page 27. But if it doesn't pass, then what I think the subject to release is to condition the release of that money so we can get the information we're looking at. I think there's a said statement here that we know that about 250,000 has to be in that account, and we're trying to take out 250. But if it doesn't get taken out, we want to know how it's going to be spent. Is that somewhat accurate?
May I speak, please? Yeah,
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Hess, go ahead.
Okay, so Yeah, so I'm not supporting the reduction in this line item, but I do think a condition is important, and two-part to that, being both, a detailed business plan about what will be done and how the money will be spent, and also just confirming that there's outreach to the community and retail and the restaurants, and just make sure that we hear what people have to say. So I will not be supporting the reduction, but I will be supporting the condition on page 27. Thank you.
Okay, back toward,
So Mr. Mason, just to add to my commentary, they currently in their accounts, and my numbers are a few weeks off here, but pretty good. The DPW does have approximately $850,000 available to them in Greenwich Avenue streetscape, their other accounts. So there is availability for them to do some of these projects. They've talked about reducing some of this amount, but I haven't seen any, to the amounts that I'm talking about, but I haven't seen any such changes, although they may have done them. And so there is availability. And the point here, I think, is to make sure that, the ordinary course of business continues without a restructuring of Greenwich Avenue, without more input from the residents, the shopkeepers, et cetera.
Ms. Erickson's hand is up.
Yes, a couple points. I want to be sure we're not mixing apples and oranges here between the Greenwich Streetscape and Repaving Project and the Greenwich Intersection Improvements Project. As I read the conditions on page 27, I feel they are more aligned with the latter project, the intersection, and not the Streetscape and Repaving Project. I'm just going to read verbatim from my notes taken from our last liaison meeting that Leslie Tarkington and I attended. Regarding Greenwich Ave Streetscape, there is $500,000 in the FY22 budget to do pre-work for the expected paving of Greenwich Ave from top to bottom, planned for FY23 at $2 million. Greenwich Ave is overdue for paving. The $500,000 will help replace linings in the storm and sanitary sewers and conduct spot repairs. There is also funding for minor improvements such as signage, tree well, a light here or there, etc. The expectations for major streetscape improvements have been downsized. There was $500,000 previously budgeted for design, and DPW expects to return $349,000 of these monies. So I will not be supporting this. I think this is essential work that we need to do in advance of repaving Greenwich Avenue. Thank you.
Mr. Drake's hand is up.
I think Ms. Erickson has it exactly right. This is public utility preparation for the paving that is necessary. And so and the right condition is the one that we got by email, which we expect to have from Ms. Hess and Ms. Erickson on the page 29. So I'll be voting no on pages 26 and 27, and I'll be voting yes for that condition they emailed out in the last hour.
Mr. Mason, we should tell Mr. Drake that, that we're talking about two totally separate projects. And so 26 and 27 are Greenwich Avenue streetscape and repaving.
Yep, fully aware. Thank you, Leslie.
Further discussion. Ms. Hess's hand is up.
Yeah, it's just still just not clear to me what we're doing on this line item in detail. And so maybe we just need the business plan, and maybe this isn't the one where we need the outreach, but I still think it's good to hear what people think about this. So I think it helps to have the condition. Maybe others sitting here understand a little bit better, but it's just not clear to me exactly what we're doing. And I just want to make sure we understand before it's done, because I do think it ties into the other Greenwich Avenue discussion that we're going to have a few line items down.
Mr. Deuce's hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall correctly, this project, streetscape and repaving, has been in the queue longer than this follow-on project, which is intersection improvements.
Yes.
And a major portion of the streetscape repaving is repaving. $500,000 for sanitary sewer improvements, and the rest is all for $2 million for repaving. And if we're going to be doing a lot of work on the street in connection with the intersection improvements, wouldn't it make sense to sort of time the repaving after we do the improvements? There's going to be a lot of digging up in that connection. And so I do feel these two projects are connected somehow. And it should be sequenced where you do the improvements first and then you do the repaving.
Something went black.
No?
Nope.
Uh,
Ms. Parkington's hand is up next, followed by Ms. Moriarty.
Again, I think that some of this work that Laura's been talking about is really moving drains and so forth that really coincide with the other project. And I think that Andy's point is critically important here. This bit of apples and oranges. As I pointed out earlier, there's substantial funds currently available in the other streetscape accounts, which we previously approved.
Ms. Moriarty's hand is up.
Yes, I wanted to just to add that I think our department, both projects, both for the intersections and the repaving, are both being handled by the same department. And I do have confidence in them that even if they got the appropriation and they felt that the repaving would be torn up within 2 months, that they probably would not go ahead and spend the money in the current fiscal year on the repaving. So I think to show our support that this project, which has been long delayed, does need to be moved forward. We've been hearing a lot of stories from DPW about the poor condition of some of the lines below the street and also then the pavement. Thank you.
So if I may have a slight privilege to, can we bring item 29? Because I'm looking at item 29, and that is a motion to reduce $500,000 for the Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements. Okay,
Right.
Same department, same everything. So in the one that we just said, we're taking away those parentheses for the negative on page 27. I'm not so sure we were supposed to take away those parentheses because you're putting a condition on something on page 27 and on page 29, you're eliminating it.
No, but then you can go on to page 30. There's more. There are two different projects, totally different projects.
Yes. It's two projects, two amendments to reduce and two follow-on amendments if that fails to condition.
Right. And one is just the repaving. The other are the intersection changes. That's the differentiation.
Well, Leslie keeps saying repaving. It's moving the drainage, moving the fire hydrants. It is relining the sewer, those kind of things that they want to do before they start repaving.
Yeah, the infrastructure part. Yes.
Right. And so they are dependent on terms of the plan for the Greenwich Avenue. So I think the point here is trying to get a plan. We don't have a plan yet.
Mr. Drake.
I thought all this was confusing, so I had a conversation earlier this morning with DPW just to make it clear for me. So I'll try to convey it and do the best I can. This streetscape and repaving is all that what has already been said. It's infrastructure under the street. It's aligning the sewers and doing the things under the street from top to bottom that you would logically want to do before you pave in another year, obviously. That is a different thing than the thing on page 29 and 28, which is not the whole avenue top to bottom. It's particular intersections. We've already taken on the Elm Street, Greenwich Avenue 1, where there are changes being made. This, as you can read on page 29, has to do with where Arch meets Greenwich Avenue and other segments of the avenue where there's an intersection, not the whole thing top to bottom under the street. So you're right. Public communication is very useful. On the second one, you don't need public communication about aligning the sewer below the street before you pave it. So that one doesn't need a condition or a reduction. Those are smart preparation, do the work under the earth before you pave it, obviously. So two different projects. The second one, if you want, I'm going to favor the condition, the smart one created by Deborah Hess and Laura Erickson that we just saw by email, which ensures that you do have the community outreach before you do the one that touches the community. The second one, page 29, 20, page 29, 20, 30, and 30. This, the infrastructure work under the street doesn't need us to touch it. Just get it going.
I see no other hands up. I'm reluctant to call a vote that I don't feel is exactly clear. But I
That's
guess
not clear.
I don't, it's just, I'm sorry.
Mike, there are two separate projects, one for $500,000, which is what the one we were discussing. Another is for additional monies for the Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements. This one is actually just for streetscape and repaving. If you look at the titles, they're two different things.
Yeah, I see that. But they're not. Page 20, page 26 and page 27 have the exact same title.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's
So
the
the
same
way
one.
we explained it initially was that if the first one failed, then the second one was anticipated to condition, to place a condition on the funds, on the full funds.
Okay,
So the minus 500,000 is actually a misnomer. It should just be $500,000 conditioned.
okay. Mr. Drake, the vote on page 26.
Okay, Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Krummick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty. Ms. Moriarty, we'll come back to you. Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
I'll pass for the moment.
I am a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes,
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Ms. Erickson,
No,
returning to Ms. Moriarty.
No,
This item has 2 yeses and 9 nos. And open to you, Mr. Mason.
I'm going to go with no.
All right, it fails 2 to 10.
All right, next item is, I think we're been discussing it, but the next item is.
Is
page 37.
is a condition, and it's also on the Greenwich Avenue Streetscape and Repaving Project. And it's a condition subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon 1, the receipt and acceptance of a detailed business plan for the proposed projects, and 2, confirmation by the DPW of updated reach out to the community, including residents and street retail of the proposed plan.
Mr. Drake, if you would.
Okay, on 27, starting with Ms. Cruiser.
Just to be clear, the condition, it's simply a condition and it's 0. The amount should not be negative 500,000, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. That's
That's
correct.
correct.
Okay, no, regardless, no.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Krummick. Ms. Krummick, we'll come back to you. Ms. Moriarty,
I'm voting no because this condition is more applicable to the Greenwich intersection project.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
yes,
Mr. Raymer,
no,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
no,
Ms. Erickson.
no,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You're missing a vote.
Ms.
Oh,
Krummick, I
Ms.
think.
Krummick.
No.
This item fails 5-7.
Okay, moving on.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, so
No, hang on. I think we have some other items to call first.
We're on line 26 on the spreadsheet. Highway maintenance, 2 million, we did that. So we're on line 28 there. ADA sidewalk accessibility, 350,000. Parks and recreation parking lot maintenance, 175,000. And the next item is Greenwich Avenue streetscapes and repaving implementation, 500,000.
I think we have one, Mr. Drake, Brookside Drive. I think we have a form on that one.
skipped
Okay,
over.
sorry, I skipped it. I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's why
Page, line 30, as Mr. Mason says, $175,000, which is a reduction.
okay. Ms. Tarkington,
So yes, I'm proposing to defer this project or reduction, as Mr. Drake said, for $175,000. There's neighborhood opposition, including concern for the engineering, the rotaries design. I think there could be two of them, taking of land and the reconfiguring of abutting neighbors' property. I think this needs more community outreach before it gets to this level of coming to the BET.
okay. Ms. Erickson, followed by Ms. Crumack.
Yes, thank you. You know, I do agree with Ms. Tarkington's point. It's clear that the neighbors have a lot of questions and concerns about this project. My point is that this is $175,000 for design money. We're nowhere close to a finalized construction project. The point of this money is actually to do exactly what is needed, to reach out to neighbors, not just the abutters, but the surrounding neighbors, the community at large. It's a fairly heavily traveled route, both Glenville, making the left from Brookside onto Glenville, people coming from the Lake Drive Circle down Glenville. There's a school right there at that intersection. So I don't have any objection, and I totally support reaching out to the neighbors. I do think it's unfortunate some of the emails we've received, which Amy has tried to rebut, saying we're not talking about raising the road significantly. We're not talking about diverting Horseneck Brook. We're not talking about significant eminent domain issues. I think we need to tone this down a little bit and just take a step back and let DPW use this money to reach out to the neighbors and get input on the design. I fear without this money, I don't see how this project advances. Thanks.
Ms. Crumack, your hand is up.
Yeah. I have heard from neighbors on both sides of this issue and people in District 7 who are particularly concerned. I think one of the things, I am for keeping this money in and investigating. This is an unsafe area, and I think it needs to be addressed. I think that the parents of Eagle Hill have not been heard from. Certainly the residents that are right in that area are concerned, and I think there needs to be more dialogue between them and the engineers that have been proposing various options. So I'd like to support continuing with the design work and the inquiry into addressing the safety issues and the calming issues in that area.
Mr. Deuce, followed by Ms. Veselos.
I'm going to support this. I've heard the rationale that it is unsafe. You just mentioned yourself there, Beth. And I know the DPW has made some references to that, but I've not seen any data supporting that. If I recall reading the literature, this was maybe only 5 auto mishaps over a relatively long period of time. And I'm just not seeing it. The only issue is occasional traffic by Eagle Hill. And that could be addressed not by a $2 million set of roundabouts over the next couple of years, but really by having a traffic coordinator there during school transit times. So I'm not going to be so I will be supporting this motion.
Ms. Veselos.
Yep. Okay, so just some couple of points. I heard from one of my colleagues, they're not raising the road significantly, and they're not taking significant eminent domain. I wonder if you were a homeowner, whether you would feel any taking was a significant eminent domain. We've gotten a number of emails, and there was apparently a presentation by DPW that was attended by some of the neighbors, not all of the neighbors, because not everybody was apparently notified. It is available on a 2-hour YouTube video. I did sit through it. And I think what the neighbors are upset about, from what I'm hearing, is that the original points about this project is not misinformation by them, which is how it's been characterized by some on this board. To begin with, first of all, their primary rationale for this is safety, not traffic. And they presented accident data, but they specifically do not say that there's an excessive number of accidents. Instead, they say that the accidents don't tell the whole picture. Okay, because the accidents don't tell the whole picture, they said they installed a traffic camera to capture near misses. Yet they don't cite an average number of near miss accidents, and they don't even explain how near misses are relevant. In fact, they only cite a single statistic that was observed, almost 20 near misses over a 10-hour period in October. But then later they said that the traffic cameras were up for 48-hour periods. So it really was 20 near misses over 48 hours, but nowhere do they say that it's an excessive number of near misses. So we don't know what the heck that means. The second rationale is traffic calming, but their traffic calming seems to be based not on excessive traffic again. They're arguing that the project will improve traffic conditions that don't exist now, but may exist in 2039. So this doesn't seem to be in line with the POCD, because we have an assumption of a 10% growth, and it just doesn't jive. So I think that, you know, there are other things too, where they said they would create a T intersection at Brookside and Glenville, which would lead the road 8 feet higher, which to me isn't insignificant. And, you know, it may be significant to some homeowners in that area. I just think that, you know, we are doing these people a very big disservice, and I am for removing the 175. And I think we should all be on board with that, because there's a lot more work that DPW has to do. And they've done work on this, but they need to meet with the neighbors and refine their plans.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes, I think this discussion, and I harken back to discussions this board's had on several kinds of improvement projects, the Sound Beach Avenue Bridge, many of them. We fall into the same, it's not a trap, but we fall into the same circle when these projects come up, right? There are always communication challenges. How do you reach the people who are impacted by the changes? How do you reach the people who would benefit or utilize those changes, but maybe aren't contiguous neighbors? And we don't have necessarily a clear set of goals or standards that our engineers are looking at to identify the changes that we need to make. And all of this kind of goes, in my mind, to that we do need more information, and we need to have more of that information available publicly. By removing the entire funding from the project, we're killing the project. If I were over in DPW, I'd say, okay, the BET's spoken now twice or 3 times. They don't want this project. I'm not going to waste my time. And I'm concerned about that kind of message. What are we asking from our professional engineers? Aren't they supposed to identify potential concerns, to reduce our liabilities, to make the road safer? And potentially their recommendations at the end of the day, we don't support, but we have to let them do the work. So whether the full 175,000 is needed, I don't have any information to know what is needed to do the work that I think needs to be done, to come back to us and the public to say, here's the problem, here's the solutions, here are the impacts of those solutions, and then make a choice. And they need to present those options to us. So I'm going to support leaving the funding in the project. Maybe someone here has more information about what a reduced amount might be, or a condition might be. But I think we need to go back to the DPW engineering division to be much more specific about what the concerns are and let them do more work on this project. We receive a lot of correspondence on many of our budget lines, and I don't, the numbers we're getting now on the Glenville Corridor project, on the bike study, on the school budget. I mean, we do receive those email correspondence. So I don't want to count up and say this issue is more important or more of a clear cut yes or no support answer by the emails. I read them. I understand the concerns. I want to try to address those concerns, but I don't think removing the funding does that. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just interrupt our dialogue for a minute, I'm very, very sorry. But Roland, Leslie Moriarty, and Karen, I'm sorry to do this to everybody, but this is just part of what we do, running things. I have set up the Zoom link for Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning and sent that to Shira for her to get posted. Roland, can you just follow up and make sure she got that and that's underway? I'm sorry, everybody, but this is really important. Back to, again, my apologies, but can I get back to Ms. Erickson? Had her hand up next.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was paraphrasing before, and I just wanted to read precisely from the email from Department Head Ms. Siebert, which everyone has received. And I think when we use the phrase eminent domain, of course, that sets people off. So that's probably not the right phrase to use. Remember, the town has an easement from the center line of the road. Anyone who's lived on a street that's had a sidewalk put in, you understand perhaps what I'm talking about. It's not necessarily your property. But this is what the email states, quote, "There is no 8-foot road raising proposed in any option, no diverting of Horseneck Brook, and no options that will increase the flooding impacts to Brookside Drive," end quote. So all I would say is I am hearing the concerns and of the neighbors. I am hearing that the data is stale. There's more information certainly that needs to be collected. This is design money. We're nowhere close to a construction project, which would be eligible for funding under LOTSIP. But however, without this money, as Ms. Moriarty said, you effectively killed this project. And I think that does a disservice. And we need to have, a bigger picture. It's a busy road. There are a lot of people that cut through on Brookside to get to Glenville. And I think it's worthy of advancing the process. The RTM has another crack at this. So even if it's left in our budget, the RTM can certainly opine. And this might be one of those cases where that's most appropriate. Having 230 people opine versus the 12 of us. Thanks.
Mr. Drake's hand is next.
I agree completely. What is needed here is additional community interaction. And the way to get it is to allow this appropriation to go forward. If you want the communication, you're voting no here. In terms of need of information, I'd remark something on page 31 in your capital book. This is probably one of the projects that has the most detailed explanation and background of any of those in your capital book. There's a lot of information there if you want to give it a look. It's very, very informative. This intersection is funky. I mean, you don't need to be a traffic engineer to know that. It's just weird. And we can beautify it and make it better. And as was noted, this thing will be paid for by others. So we're just paying for the design here. And more importantly, we're paying to move the project forward and engage with the neighbors to create the right remedies for this kind of weird traffic complex. Is one of the weirder ones and riskier, strange ones in the whole town. So I will be not voting to eliminate this appropriation.
Ms. Tarkington's hands up.
Yeah, I think, I just want to comment that, quite frankly, it's disappointing in all these projects. This is where I agree with Mrs. Moriarty and what she said. We're getting very little information about our projects other than the bottom line of what the money is. We find out very little information. We used to get from DPW engineering detailed financial breakouts of the projects. This is a major project and we haven't received that. I think this is where we can improve on for next year. It's too late now. But in this particular sheet, as Mr. Drake says, there is information. such as permits may be required from USAS, IWWA, Planning and Zoning, due to the extent of change and proximity to the stream channel. So I do think it also goes on, there may be a need for property acquisition and utility relocations. I mean, while it's a busy street and all of our streets are getting busier and busier, this is a neighborhood also. And, we do know that the school has been, an active participant, and many of their parents have been involved. I think Laura can confirm that, and that their lawyer sent a letter and so forth in support. But I also think that they can be like the ones in my neighborhood where, they have 3 different policemen, both morning and afternoon at the busy times. So, not just relying on the town, but spending some of their money for, their high peak needs. Again, I think this one needs more work before it comes to this financial board. And it's clear that this money also does the final designs, and that makes me nervous. I think so frequently, once we start a project, we say, well, gee, we put the money into it, we got to proceed. This is one I think we need to do more front end work, and then thereafter do what's right for everyone, including the drivers, the school, Eagle Hill, and the neighbors.
Mr. Weisbrod, your hand is up.
Question for the chair. Is it in order to suggest an amendment, or that's out of order at this point?
It's not that it's out of order. What we try to do is dispense with one motion and take on another. That's
But if I could articulate what that amendment would be, maybe that could be helpful to the discussion. The amendment I'm considering would read as follows: that we put a subject to clause, which is subject to re-engagement by the DPW with the community, with the minutes of such meetings shared by DPW with the BET for subsequent consideration. Because I think that's, I find myself, quite frankly, torn on this between arguments made by Ms. Faziolitis and others, on the other hand, that made by Ms. Erickson in particular. And from my perspective, and I've read the material, I've read it all, but I'm very influenced by the outpouring of views from the community. I think we should take good note of those emails that we've gotten. But something tells me that, having a little pause on this and having the community re-engaged by DPW would be beneficial. We'd all have a little bit of an update. Anyway, that's my view.
I haven't spoken on this yet, and I don't see any other hands on this. So I want to just, it's really, this is a project that brings a dialogue into town that we can attach to so many other items. This is a project I think I've already voted against 3 times while I've been on the BET. It started out with, what's the plan? Have you talked to the neighbors? What's the gamut of everything you've heard here? But this is another example of something we have an opinion on at the time of the budget. We vote it down. We hear nothing all year. The department has all year to meet with residents, all year to talk back to us. And you could apply this. We had an item early on today about sea level rise. We've spent money on that, and maybe it's my fault, but just using an example, I've never seen any follow-up documentation on what that money got us or the report. I imagine I could go track it down. But this is the kind of, what we're talking about here is communication. All of us are talking about communication. And in this budget, I'm going to drift just a little. We've seen dramatic improvements in operating budget discussions because we've gotten more information than in the past. We've had more dialogue in the past. Our liaisons have delivered us more dialogue and information in the past. So I'm not going to vote for this $175,000. The neighbors obviously must have more knowledge on it after all this time. They don't seem to want it. This is something that it's got to be a very clear project. Who's involved? Is there a public hearing process? I know this is an MI. We won't hear anything. If we vote this down today, we're not going to hear about it. It's not going to come back. until next budget when it's put in. And if Ms. Moriarty says, well, then we're canceling the project, call it what it is. We're canceling the project until somebody can move the ball on it. And it hasn't been done. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way, but it just hasn't been moved. The people who have ideas on this project, I think, have the same ideas for the last 36 months. The people who have ideas of where this project should go, they probably have their ideas where it'll go in the next 36 months. But we're sitting here trying to make this decision. So I'm hoping we pause on this project and just, I don't use the word defer, but I hope we don't approve this project right now. And I think this is where our DPW liaisons have to put their foot down and say, look, this is, you keep coming to us and it's not selling. Why? Well, give us something that changes the dialogue. So that's how I'm hoping we go. Mr. Raymer?
So the path to that is not to sit there and say no. I don't expect to see my people from the Department of Public Works spending time talking to neighbors on projects that were voted down. I mean, that's just a waste of their time. The solution to that is actually to do something along the lines of what Mr. Weisbrod has just suggested, and that was approve this, perhaps release 75,000, but condition the other 100,000 as a cue to the department of, we're giving you $75,000, spend some time exploring things with the community, then come back to us. And when there seems to be a logical plan that I'm sure not every community member is going to like it, but it seems to be a right solution, come back to us and we'll release the other 100,000.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. I see no other hands. I'm going to have to say, Mr. Drake, on page 28, can you call the vote on this?
Sure, Ms. Erickson,
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Vasiotis,
Yes.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
No,
That item fails 5-7.
Mr. Mason,
Yes, Mr. Weisbrod.
could I now offer the amendment that I wish to offer before?
Is it on this item?
Yes.
Please do.
The amendment I would offer would be to release $75,000, but defer the incremental $100,000 until such time as the DPW has the opportunity to meet with the community and to share with the BET the outcome of that meeting via its minutes.
I'll second that motion. The discussion on I'm going to call this the David Weisbrod motion to amend DPW Engineering Division, Brookside Drive, Glenville Road intersection. This motion, if passes, would subject to release of the 175, $75,000 until such time the DPW had community meetings and revisited the BET on this project. Did I get
You
it?
might have the figures
No.
reversed. I think
Figures are
75
reversed.
is released and 100 is conditioned.
It's all in the poker game.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. The hour is getting, so discussion on that. I see Ms. Cruiser's hand, Ms. Tarkington's hand.
I would just like to say that I would support this. I think it's a nice compromise. It listens to all of the folks who emailed us and are clearly concerned. But it keeps the ball moving on this project. And as, like you said, Mr. Chair, this is, we keep kicking this can. So let's address this and release, some of the funds and have them come back to us to demonstrate that they're listening to the neighbors.
Thank you. Ms. Tarkington?
So I would support Mr. Weisbrod's motion. If he would consider adding to it that in their memo, they include something like a preliminary plan for the project and a preliminary budget for the project. In other words, give us something, business-like and financial that this board can look at as well.
I would just comment on, I don't, that's probably a good idea. They're probably going to need something to talk to the neighbors with anyway, right? I would think.
Right.
So, Mr. Raymer, so before Mr. Raymer lets me have it, I'm going to call for a vote on this motion, but I'm also going to put a very strong stipulation being when we come back Tuesday, if Ms. Vassalotis and Ms. Moriarty would make a note, I'd like to have a paper copy for review of this motion to readdress, even though I think we're going to vote in favor of this. I see the votes passing, just so we're clear. I think that's better for us in general to actually see the words. So Ms. Hess, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just would like for Mr. Weisbrod to respond to Ms. Tarkington's request, and is he agreeable to sort of a business plan and budget? Because I think that would add some more value to what he's proposing, and with that, I could also support this.
So yes, I would agree with Ms. Tarkington, and I would agree with Mr. Mason, and I'm pleased to offer to draft this so that it's clear. I think it's good order to do exactly what Mr. Mason is suggesting.
I suspect when we're finished today, Ms. Vassalotis, Ms. Moriarty, and I'll have a conversation about, I'll call it the tidying up of these loose items that we have to revisit, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, where are we? Where are we?
We're
To
voting
vote
on
on the
Mr.
condition.
Weisbrod's amendment.
Okay, if you,
Did someone second it?
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Mason did.
Mr. Mason did.
Mike seconded it. Mike,
Mr. Drake, if you would.
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod's amendment is unanimously adopted.
Those are the sweetest words I've ever heard, Mr. Drake.
We must have a technical glitch. Mets fan. He is a Mets fan.
David,
Okay.
your name should be hereafter Solomon.
Okay. Back to Greenwich Avenue. Mr. Drake, we're still in Public Works, roads.
Yes, and I think we're on page 29, but I have to read.
Okay.
Let's see, where are we?
I
No,
think-
that's what it is.
Line 31, I think. Okay, line 31 is Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements for $500,000.
Well,
29, we're on 29, I thought,
Yeah, I
not
think-
31.
Oh, okay. You want me to read 29? It's parking. I think we dealt with Brookside, so I think we're on line 31, but I'm happy to be corrected.
I think we are actually,
You're correct. It's line 31 on the sheet, page 29 of our.
Oh,
budget
sorry,
amendment.
yes, okay.
got
He
it.
did he read 28 out loud?
Yeah, we just voted on all that.
I think I did, Ms. Moriarty.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on line 31 on the spreadsheet that's shared, which is Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements for $500,000.
And I have a.
Mr. Chair, a point of order. Mike, David's, Solomon's amendment was 28A, right?
Yes, we're going to call that page 28A.
Okay.
Roland, did you capture that?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we are now on, we have a motion on page 29 for this item. Ms. Tarkington, seconded by Ms. Vassalotis, and our speaker after that will be Ms. Erickson.
Right, so this is the Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements, and this is for the deferral or removal of this project for $500,000. A proposed detailed intersection improvement project on Greenwich Avenue, and it's expected at the intersections, which may include Emerald Jerome Crossway, Lewis Street, Bruce Place, Fawcett Place, Grigg Streets, and they haven't defined exactly what it's going to be. It's my understanding that it will not be Arch Street, Havemeyer, which is probably the most difficult of all the intersections, Putnam or Railroad Avenue. I think there's an impact on the character of the avenue, the taxable value of the avenue, a reduction of parking spaces, whether bump out dining will continue in the roadway, and other considerations should be made with public input, including abutting property owners, residential dwellers, retail tenants, including the restaurants, and public users of Central Greenwich, especially those located within the Central Greenwich Corridor Arena. And as I pointed out earlier, they have approximately $850,000 in other Greenwich Avenue streetscape accounts that can be used to, meet with the public, start putting together the plans. It's not dependent upon this particular item.
Ms. Erickson's hand is first.
Thank you. So this is a separate item, but just as a point of order, there are 3 amendments in our packet relating to this. And Ms. Hess and I have collaborated on a 4th amendment, which we sent to Roland and to the BET. So if you would permit me to speak on that proposal, which is sort of a mosh of what's on page 30 and 31, which are competing amendments, rather than deferring the item or deleting the item, it's to condition 400,000 of the 500,000. Each intersection is estimated or budgeted at 200,000. And that would be conditioned on a plan, itemized funding requests, demonstrated public outreach. Perhaps if we get to it, somebody can share the amendment, but it would leave $100,000 available for modest improvements and to address any immediate issues, to be responsive to merchants and others on the avenue. Basically, there's 4 amendments for this one item, Michael.
What I would like to do, and I leave it to the board to overrule me, what I'd like to do is stop my screen share, ask Roland to share that resolution for consideration. It's not in our normal order, but I think it's reasonable. So unless I have objection, I would like to proceed on that and continue to dialogue that. Do I just one objection and I'll go back to the regular procedure. So.
Mr. Mason, I think that, we can look at that, but I do think it misses some of the points for those,
Well, we're going to have to
the issues I just raised.
We're gonna have to compare that. So I'd like to read it. If everybody would just pause and read it so we understand. And then we can obviously go back to dialogue.
Could I suggest something?
Yes, please.
We are closing in on the 4 hour or the 4 o'clock end time. And we do have 4 competing motions on this, one which just came in.
Yes.
Did I suggest that we adjourn here and take this up on Tuesday? I don't think it's going to impact the Tuesday schedule that much more. And that way we don't have the time pressure, quote unquote, to get done by 4 o'clock, which is, I think, a hard stop.
Yes. I would say that is a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to suspend the business of the meeting at this point in time, which to our next scheduled time to resume this meeting, which is Tuesday, April 6th at 9 a.m. Discussion on that motion. I see hands up, but I think those hands are for the last item, so.
No, they're for this item.
Oh,
No,
okay.
mine was up for the last item. I would like to say one thing before we adjourn.
Okay, well, I have a motion I'm dealing with first, so I have to deal with that first. Mr. Drake, on the motion to.
For my part, I think we can deal with this at 4 o'clock and then leave our other fun issues for next week.
Okay, so you'll be voting against that vote. Ms. Hess, on the motion to suspend the meeting at this time?
I'd come back to me on that one, please.
Okay.
And I just want to add, I'm only adding this because we just received Laura and Deborah's motion, although we did get some wording earlier today. And I just don't think it's fair to the other people who have prepared motions and conditions to do this sort of on the fly. Although they're very similar, there are some differences. And I think it would give time for the parties involved to knock their heads together and come up with wording that is acceptable to them and hopefully to the body, rather than trying to do this on the fly.
I'd like to make a comment on this, and I very rarely do I put the white flag up. But if we were live in a regular meeting and a member had a substitute document, we would circulate that document amongst us. We'd have it on our hands and we wouldn't be doing this Zoom. I am of the opinion that I think this board has been very lenient with me, and I'm very appreciative to allow a little out of norm, but it really is better when we have the documents ahead of time. And that's why a few things I think already we've postponed till next meeting to have the documents ahead of time. And so I'm kind of, very rare for me, but I am actually favoring pausing the meeting right now. Just my 2 cents. Anybody else? Ms. Moriarty's hand is up. I'm sorry, I didn't see her hand.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Look, I'll go with the majority. I don't want members to feel they're being rushed into a decision. If it's helpful, I think Ms. Erickson's motion and Ms. Hess's motion is well worded, and I remove my motion for one of the considerations, so it reduces the number of potential actions in the packet.
There you go. That just shows you how we can do this. Ms. Hess?
Yeah, and I would just say I had worked with Ms. Tarkington on our motion for condition. And what I like about the revised one with Laura and Leslie and I had talked about this, but allowing for that 100,000 sort of normal course, but really conditioning the bigger aspect of this project. And so that is the part that I like about the new motion. So, you know, Leslie Tarkington is the primary, but she would have to withdraw her motion for the one that she and I had jointly drafted. But I would be supportive of that if she was interested in doing that.
Mr. Raymer, I see your hand up.
I, for one, would be ready to vote now in acceptance of the Erickson Hess motion. Are others similarly situated that might get rid of the item? We don't have to come back to it on Tuesday.
So Mr. Mason, could I ask that you have Mr. Geiger send all of the motions that are to be discussed in this, you know, to all of us again, because it's gotten very confusing, even to me who proposed the two of them.
Right. Thank you. I'm not prepared to vote. If I had to vote, I would say I would make a vote. But if I don't, I don't think this is an issue. Ms. Erickson?
I have no problem adjourning this meeting till Tuesday at 9. I think we've done a lot of work here today, and there is no reason to push this forward.
Well, I appreciate that. All right.
Very cleverly, we've used the time. It's now 4 o'clock.
No, I mean, I think we should try reconciliation the next time around.
Should we vote number 29? We can vote. I mean, we could get one more vote under our belt.
No, the motion.
Okay.
No.
Okay. On the motion to suspend the meeting till our scheduled reconvening of this, it's not an ending of the meeting. It's just a motion to pause the meeting until the reconvening as posted. All those in favor?
Aye.
And just to be perfectly clear, this is excellent. So Tuesday at 9 a.m. is that?
Yeah.
By
Yes.
Zoom.
Tuesday at 9 a.m. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Everybody, a lot of work.
And in the meantime, I'd suggest Leslie Tarkington that you get together with Laura and Deborah and iron out what you feel are the differences on this.
And I'd like to say, in one sense, thank you, Mike, for kind of keeping it moving in an efficient, cooperative way.
Yeah, I agree with Bill. I want to also say the same thing. Thank you.
The squirrels are running in the cage. I don't know if just for fun before we. I getting emails from Shira, and she's nervous about the posting for Tuesday at 9 has to be done by Monday at 9. So she's looking for the Zoom link. So I had to stop what I'm doing, let Roland do share screen. I'm over in Zoom scheduling that webinar, sending it to Leslie Moriarty and Karen Feslotis. And that's why I was so nervous. I had to ask Roland to make sure Shira gets that and follows up with that. So it's, it's
Mike, do you want to stop the recording?
We could.
Stop the meeting.
Just saying.
I want to wish everybody it's a holiday weekend too. So enjoy the holidays. It's a holiday season, a week, and enjoy.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.
And I like milk chocolate, Easter bunny. All right. All right, everybody. We'll talk soon.